All right, all right, all right. I think I am live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Wednesday to you. Can you believe it's Wednesday already? Hump day. At least here where I'm at, it's Thursday to some of you on the other side of the planet, I'm sure. So, hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. I'm excited, as always, to see what messages we're going to hear tonight and what we're going to learn and glean from each other's readings if you hang out for them. And I always learn a lot. And I'm properly brainwashed the more I hear all the words from Spirit. So I'm glad you are here with me. And before we get into everything, we do want to come back to the moment, come out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos of the world, back to this moment of now. And we'll do that by taking a big, deep breath in, holding it for as long as you feel comfortable, and slow exhale out. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl here for more energy. So if you want to join me in doing that, let's begin. Big deep breath in. Here we go. Feels good just to take a breath and hold and kind of stop time in our world, right? And then I will hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as I do that, you can just imagine that beautiful love energy that's within you just expanding out into your mind and all of your thoughts and beliefs, into your heart and all of your emotions, into your physical body, to all of your blood and your cells and your organs and your muscles and joints and just everything in your physicalness. And then into our spiritual body too, all of our energetic system, our chakras, our meridians that run throughout our bodies, and of course, our energetic auras that are around us. So let that energy fill up every part of us and then flow out to the outside world like giant singing bowl we fill up and allow all the rest to flow out to the world to help it raise its love vibration because it can be a challenge out there, can it? So we'll do that. As I'm hitting it, one thing we can do to immediately raise our love vibration is what? Gratitude. That's right. You guys are so smart. So gratitude is one of the highest, unconditional love, of course, is the highest energy, but gratitude is right up there, immediately begins to raise our love vibration. When we just think of one little thing that we're grateful for right here, right now in this moment, and sincerely grateful, zoop, it amplifies and allows us to receive more from spirit and messages from spirit, and we magnetize ourselves to receive more easily that which we're grateful for. So it's always a win 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 all the way around. At least that's my perspective. All right, so we'll begin here. So remember, gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you guys so much for joining me and doing that. Wow. Powerful energies, I tell you. It just feels like it just keeps growing every day, don't it? So, hello, hello. Thank you guys for joining me and doing that and bringing in that beautiful energy, creating this wonderful space for us all to be together. And I'm excited. See uh, what you guys are hungry for today and wanting to know about your lives and the messages from spirit that come in there. So we'll jump into that here in a sec. But if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I'm your brother Z, and we're here to spill the tea. And we got a great group of Zen friends here with huge hearts and great senses of humor. And you guys have no idea how grateful I am that you have a sense of humor, because it would be boring if we didn't. So, even if you're laughing at me, I don't care as long as we're laughing. You can laugh with me or at me, and I'm great. uh, so if you want to know how the whole process works, well, I was going to say, we got a great group of Zen friends. There's always room for more Zen friends, and this is a wonderful, safe space. We try to keep the energy higher vibration, unconditional love, and joy and laughter, to keep it a safe space for everyone. So we do. I'm grateful for everyone that maintains that. I hardly ever have to, kind of guide our energy higher. So thank you guys for supporting that. And if you want to know how the whole process works, it's all down in the description area of the video. I have it all detailed out. My Capricorn rising takes over and organize. But basically, free readings are first come, first serve. And all you do is put your question out there, or if you don't want to put your business out there, or you don't know what you want specifically to hear, but you do want to hear from spirit, you can ask for a general reading. Spirit knows all, so we will, uh, you know, pull 1 to 2 cards for those and see what spirit has to say. If anyone makes a donation, I do honor that energy exchange. It's how Brother Zen eats, and till I evolve to a high spiritual walking being that don't need food. Till then, I need food. So thank you for your donations. I honor that. I step out of the free readings. I dive deeper, meaning we pull more cards for those too. And you also get an oracle card as what I call a fortune cookie, just to round out your reading and get an extra message from spirit. You can make a donation via the super chat down at the bottom of the um, chat there, or in the description area of the video. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square, and I just added Google Pay. I haven't used it yet. It's all set up, but we'll see how that goes. So if anyone uses it, you'll be the first one. But so I did add that on, because there's some countries across the world that don't have access to the other things, but Google Pay seems to be global because Google's taking over the world with its Google AI. I don't know. That's just a joke. Don't cancel me. So that's the process there. I don't have any set donation amounts. Whatever you give from your heart, I do honor that. I know everyone's income is different. The cost of living is different. The rate of exchange across the world is different. So I know you're giving what you can, and I'm grateful for that. So there you go. And I also know that not everyone is in a place to be able to give. And that's why I do try to get to free readings every session. 2.5 hours in, if I have not completed any free readings, I do step away from donations for 30 minutes and complete as many free readings as I can during that. Then I go back and finish all donations up, because I always finish those. And as long as I have the energy, then I will go back and finish out as many free readings as I can as well. Usually, I have been for, gosh, maybe since the beginning of the year, been completing every reading. I know my record is 7 hours online, a little over 7 hours. It's spirit. If an old man like myself can stay on that long, that's my southern accent from when I lived in Texas. Let's see. Oh, at the end of each session too, I do post a pinned comment listing all of the readings with, like, the names with the timestamp. So you can find your name, your ID, and go over, click on it. Takes you right to your reading. It's very fancy. I know. Also, Every new moon and full moon, I do have a giveaway. I offer, paid, readings, personal readings, and also, energetic hedges. All that information's down in the description area of the video, but every full moon and new moon, I have a drawing where I give away well, most of you know this already, a 30-minute personal recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges, whichever you prefer. The new moon is coming up on March 18th, which is a week from today. Yeah, we'll have the new moon next Wednesday, and the new moon actually begins during the session. So that's going to be fun. We'll have to plan something fun for that. But I will also pull a winner that day, that morning or afternoon, and post a video for the winners. If you want to get into that, check out that video. That will show you how to get into the drawing. And yeah, we're pretty much past the full moon lunar eclipse. Well, we're actually not. Let me post this anyway, because that lunar eclipse that can impact us. That was just like not Tuesday yesterday, but a week ago Tuesday. Eclipses can impact us like 4 to 6 to 8 weeks sometimes, before and after the eclipses, so that's why eclipse season is we start to feel it, build, 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 and then the culmination, and then it slowly kinda like a full moon, but it's like a mega, moon experience and slowly moves away. So you can still take advantage of it. Before every full moon and new moon, in fact, I have it almost already. I'll probably post it tomorrow. I meant to post it yesterday, but I've been having a lot of stuff that I've been running around doing. So tomorrow is my goal to put out the new moon in Pisces video, how to make the most of those new moon wishes so you can prepare for it. But this one here is the full moon that I posted for that one last week that tells you how to make the most of that release energy and affirmation. So if you want to check it out, it's all free and that's there for you. And then also, lastly, I know I chat a lot in the beginning. Well, it's not. There's one more thing I want to talk about before we get started, but the easier path is my podcast series. And every 2 weeks, I put out a new adventure. And last week, I put it out. It's the Window Wonder. And if you're wondering what the Window Wonder is all about, check out the video. But the Easier Path podcast, I talk about some of my drama or trauma, or if someone volunteers and wants to find out, about their experience, I share that trauma story that we have, then why the human does what it does from that human perspective, spirit's perspective on it, and then hints from spirit on how to make it an easier path if we want it to be instead of a harder one. So some good stuff. Again, that all that information, all my playlists are down in the description area of the video, or if you click on my name and it takes to my main channel, it's all at the top, all the playlists there. So I like to make sure you guys know all the free stuff that's out there, all the opportunities to win stuff, all the helpful information for you guys. So thank you for your patience as I cover all that. And on that kind of subject, I like to update everyone when we do have a kind of astrological event or something that can impact us, right? So yesterday, Jupiter, which changes signs like once a year, it was in retrograde in Cancer. It went direct yesterday in Cancer. So it was like, and it's been kind of in retrograde for about 4 months. So whatever kind of slowed last November, that's when it started going backwards from our perspective. So anything that was going on that felt like it slowed for you can start to pick up speed again. So if you recognize something that slowed in November, it can move forward. It brings like this energy of like excitement and growth. Jupiter is the big expander. Um, so it's ready to expand things again. Now, with it in Cancer, Cancer, of course, rules over home and family, housing, like your physical home too. So anything in those areas, it can impact us all. But depending on your specific birth chart, of course, and what sign you have, can impact you differently. In fact, I follow Annie Botticelli. She's a great one of the many astrologers that I follow. But she put out a video, and I'll share the link for anyone that is interested here. Boom. Um, that is the link to her video she put out about this specific, and she breaks down how it impacts each sign. So if you're interested, I thought I would just share that. She's awesome. All right. So that's the big skinny on all the stuff. And I'm sure we're ready to get into readings because I know I am. We're going to be using, not moving. Well, we're moving to using the Phantom Wise Tarot by Aaron Morgenstern. So we'll be using those tarot tonight. And if you make a donation, your oracle, your first oracle, will be from the Queen of the Moon oracle. Just because Moon Cancer, Jupiter moved into Cancer, I kind of felt let's celebrate the moon energy. Of course, I always live with the moon energy. And for any additional donations, 2+, you'll get one of the Dreamers deck. So these are the ones that I'm using this eve and my big stack of when. So if I have any when questions, we'll go to this combined deck of all these other things. So let me get everyone's name on the list and do some shout outs and we'll get into it. Again, thank you guys so much for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love, and you're part of that love tsunami, helping spread the love by that little like does a lot for the algorithm. It puts my videos and my sessions and everything in front of more people so that they can also hear from spirit. And the world can use as much guidance as we can, right? So, all right, let's jump in here. So we got Cat Mia. I'll start from the bottom, work my way up. So Cat Mia, meow meow, good to see you. Get you on the free list here. And then Moonlight, I see you there. Thank you for your donation. Get you on the donation list here. Hope you're, I think I saw something about a headache. Hope you're feeling all right. We'll send you some love energy too. Yeah, meow meow. And JoJo's in the house. Hey JoJo. Good to see you. I got your two donations on the donation list. So we'll circle back around and I'll give the list real quick on where we're at. So we'll do that here. And let's see, we've got those. And of course, we've got Val Footwork in the house. Whoops. Let me grab the right thing here. So I'll add you to the list here and I'll give an update. I think you are going to be like 1, 2, 3, like fifth in line with the donations. So I'll give the official list here in a momentito. All right. And CJ saying hello. Hey, CJ, good to see you. I don't see a question from you yet, just in case, because YouTube sometimes likes to steal my Zen friends from me and keep your um, chats between you two and doesn't show them to me. So, just letting you know. Good to see you, though. And Plate of SpaghettiOs, good to see you. See your free question. We'll get you on the free list here. Gratitude, Jojo. And then Dollface Diva. Hello, hello. Good to see you as well. We'll get you on the free list here. And of course, we've got Marissa Smith. Hey, Marissa, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. I have you on the list as well. Like I said, I'll give a quick update here in a sec. We got user, also known as Bonita. Hey, Bonito. Good to see you. Bonita, not Benito. I got you on the free list here as well. Yeah, good. Yeah, excuse me. So daylight savings time hit us here. Moonlight, you mentioned you're live already. I'm like, yeah, we spring ahead and so we lose an hour and we turn our clocks ahead an hour until fall, and then we fall back and we get the hour back. It has something to do, I think, originally with making the most of daylight, and so everyone has more daylight, blah blah blah. But if we could all vote not to do it anymore, I would be happy, because, of course, I don't have to wake up at any particular time and then drive in the dark or anything either, but yeah, so I'm on an hour earlier. If your country or state doesn't celebrate, so I call it celebrate, I put out announcements about it. We don't really celebrate, we participate in it, but if your country doesn't, then it appears I'm on an hour earlier, because technically I am for you guys, but in our world, time we screw with time. All right. Anyway, that's why. All right, and then we got Womb of the World. Hello, hello, good to see you. We'll get you here on the free list here as well. Maybe, there we go. All right. And then Jojo, I see your question here, so we will look at that. And I think that is those. We got Leslie in the house. Hey, Leslie, good to see you. We have Minahil as well from earlier. Hello, if you're watching right now. If not, good morning. Or if you're on this side of the world, see you later. But I got you on the free list. We also have here, of course, Sudeshna Ghosh. So, Sudeshna, I got you on the donation, so you'll be up first. And then I also have Cherish. I love your screen name. You're on the free list as well. And Aditi, we got you on the list for the free readings. So I think we are all caught up with the questions. And we got Deb in the house. Hey, Deb. Good to see you. You're a rabies-free country. Yeah, that's nice to know. Oh, nice. You get to see some birds. I love it. All right, very nice. I like it, I like it. All right, so, right? Your Cinderella no, your Snow White skill. Snow White's the one that sings to the animals, right? You sing to them and they come fluttering to you, Deb. All right, so for donations, we're gonna start off with Sudeshna, then we have 2 for Jojo, and then we go to Marissa, and then to Val, also known as Footwork, and then to Moonlight, also known as Summer. And I think that is where we're at right now. Oh, let me check make sure my emails are working here, you know, make sure they're updated, and we are good. Yeah, right? Call you Snow White from now on. All right. So we are all set to begin. I know, right? About time, but here we go. And again, oh, let me take a look here real quick. Marissa, did I see your question? I see your donation. Yeah, about if you're gonna get the house, right? I do see that there. So yay. Cheers, everybody. Know that I'm so grateful that you're here and I love you guys. So cheers to you. All right. Yeah, I think JoJo does by her questions, right? We all probably do, just more of you are aware of it. Yeah. Excuse me. All right, so let's dive in. First up, we do have Sudeshna Ghosh. Sudeshna, here is your timestamp. And let's give your donation a love and a like since it lets me there. And you want to know the next 72 hours for you. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. So for the first 24 hours, we'll break it out by day. We got 1 and 2. What about the next 24 hours? We got 1 and 2. And the third, we got 1 and 2. And I don't know if there's anything overall here. We got the bottom of the deck, which will bring in the overall energies. We'll see what they have to say here. You got underlying energy each day too. So, but you do have the 6 of Pentacles. I'm feeling family energy here. This equal giving and receiving, a little bit of overgiving energy, you know, the awareness of it. It's like my codependency awareness card, but this is like the overgiver because most of you guys are overgivers. So overgiving resonates more than being in a codependent relationship, right? We're like, yeah, we all overgive because we're taught that when we're younger that, you know, that's what we do to get attention and feel secure is give and we get a little bit back and then we're like, oh, I got to give more than if I want more than just like one coin, right? But I feel like there's an awareness that comes over these next 3 days around that rate of exchange of what you feel you have to give in order to receive. And you're realizing, why am I giving so much at work and family and love and, everything, and I get so little back? And that has to do with our little inner child, especially our emotional inner child who rules our underworld. 7 years old and younger, that, you know, emotional being that was created, they're the ones that develop that 1,000 love coins, you get 1 back, or 1,000 abundance coins, you get 1 back, because that's what it experienced, and it didn't know any better. It's like, well, that must be a good deal, I suppose, but it rules our energy by it. It's the one that's in charge of the city gates. Like, if you consider yourself a city, like an old city, and they've got all of these, a wall around them, a big wall, nothing can come in except through the gates. Well, they're the gatekeepers. They're the ones that will allow stuff in and not. And when it doesn't feel we deserve things yet, it will close the door to them because it's keeping track. Once we've achieved 1,000, we get 1, and then it resets. The gates close again. We wait out to 1,000, then the gates open, it resets, it closes again. That's why we have times in our life where we receive and then it goes silent again, right? Because our inner child doesn't know any better. So this is something about bringing that up, because it's running subconsciously below the surface until we bring it consciously and question, where did I come up with this? And help our emotional inner child understand that that's an unfair, unbalanced rate of exchange, and help them bring it down from 1,000 to 1 to 100 to 1 to 10 to 1 to 1 to 1. And then the gates are open always, because we give, we receive. We give, we receive. And it's that kind of energy. So I feel like this is something that's really becoming aware to you over the next 3 days. The next 24 hours, you got the Page of Swords. So a lot of clarity coming in around this, including this reading right now. So you're being offered this Page of Swords, this Ace of Swords, to see things from this higher perspective and cut away the old ways of thinking and going, you know what? No, I don't have to overgive. I deserve 1 to 1. The energy below that, yeah, letting go of the Three of Swords, the fear of not being enough, the fear of rejection, which is why how we develop that way out of balance. It's if I don't overgive, people are gonna get mad at me and reject me, or, yell at me or beat me or, ignore me or cry and blame it on me. This is the release of those expectations, those release of those, and questioning, "Why do I overgive?" And as you realize it, you stop giving from a place of defining yourself. Eventually, you fill up on the inside and you overflow, and you give from a overflowing heart instead of giving from an empty one. That, because we're giving to everyone else, we feel empty. We continue to give till we're exhausted, and then we continue to give till we're resentful, right? That's kind of how codependency and overgiving works. Eventually, we get to learn and free ourselves from that. Hallelujah. Recovering overgiver. I still have to be careful. If you guys have been following me for years here on YouTube, you know that I'll start to overdo stuff, and then I'm like, oh, I got to back off. I tend to get excited and want to do this video and these videos and these videos, and then I'm exhausted, and I'm like, what am I doing? I'm trying to overgive, and then I rebalance. So still, it's like being an alcoholic. You're an overgiver. You have to keep an eye on it because you can overgo, and then you're like, come back. All right. So that's the next 24 hours. The 24 hours after that, you got the Four of Cups. Seems like a day of feeling a bit bored with what you've been getting from the outside world, because these 3 cups down here are what we receive: relationships, situations like jobs and education, etc., and things are in our bodies. Up here in the tree is our self-love, the chalice, the holy grail. And this is kind of that we were talking about. If I try to find my emotional fulfillment in the outside world, it falls short. It's empty, right? Doesn't feel very full at all. If it ever does, if it ever feels full for a second, it doesn't last, it's gone, right? And I feel like that's the day too. You're realizing, why am I giving so much out there instead of filling my ace of cups up and then overflowing out to the world? Underneath that, you do have the high priestess. So there is a bit of stepping back energy in the second day. The high priestess goes into our high priestess temple, connects higher, to understand things again with like the ace of swords, looks behind the veil, dives deep into our own emotions, dives deep, and this would be a great day for you to commune with your emotional inner child. Day 3, yep, Empress, more mother nature, mother nurture, abundance and fullness. And I feel like you experience this because on day 3 of the third 3 there too, you turn inward and you allow that emotion, you allow yourself to receive the love that you've been pouring out. It's like, I'm gonna fill up my ace of cups first, and I feel like you attempted, to do that on day 3, and below the surface, yeah, the 9 of wands, you're, like, breaking through this barrier. You're really day 3, have a great opportunity here to break through some old, beliefs, some old ways of thinking and being, and you get to have a little taste of what it feels like to fill yourself up instead of giving it all out to the outside world and feeling empty, right? So I love that for you. Feels like a powerful, uh, 3 days here, and I'm excited for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie is through the Queen of the Moon Oracle. Let's see what we got here. What else does Spirit have for you for these next 3 days? Well, it's gonna say that's an awful lot of cards, but this one did make itself known separate from all the rest. You got Patience, card 36. Don't worry, that's not it, the clown with the red balloon. Now whenever you see a single red balloon, if you've ever watched that scary movie, Pennywise the clown, right? But this is, the green corn moon, and it talks about patience. It says, "Enjoy the journey, not just the destination. The time has come to learn patience and avoid the lure of instant gratification. Slow down, take your time. Things are happening, you just can't see it yet. Be loving and patient with your body." So, again, that nurturingness of the Empress would reinforce that too. Your little affirmation is, "I take my time to enjoy the journey." And patience is a kind of faith in foreseeing. We might see the seed, but we foresee the flower. We might see the books on the table, but we foresee the degree at the end if we read them. If we think physically, we might feel the pain of a hard workout, but foresee and have faith in the muscles and fitness levels we will build. Patience is a way of experiencing the process of fruition. For some of us, we choose what is quick and easy. We may choose activities we know we'll be good at. These require no big process, no great challenge over time, and so no great achievement, even if we are good at them. More difficult is a kind of patience and mastery where the skills or learning take time to accrue, and this is where the beauty of patience is born. When we truly realize the power of patience, we understand the power of gaining something incredibly deep and embedded rather than the quick hit of instant gratification. There is a great power in going slow. There's also the lifelong benefit of the power of trusting that you can hold a focus for a time for something big. For some of us, learning a physical skill enables us to fall in love with our bodies again, seeing it change and try over and over. We recognize its magnificence and all its weirdness, wonkiness, strength, weakness, and inherent wisdom. We get to feel the process and the miracle. And if our body doesn't quite get it and we run out of patience, well, nasty self talk is the last thing I would throw at it. After all, my body is not my enemy. Instead, I throw compassion and trust at it. The compassion that it is doing its best right now, and the trust that it will get me to where I want to go, even if that is eventually. I've learned to be patient. The green corn moon encourages us to watch for growth and enjoy patiently the journey of growth. While we may not yet be at fruition, we're on the way. And then a companion stone for that energy is jade, if you are into crystals. So there you go. So that's what they have for you, Sudeshna. Many blessings to you. Enjoy your next 72 hours. All right, let's take a look here. I think we had some more people come in. Let me just do a little shout outs here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, trust me, you will spot a fox with rabies. You're so funny. All right, so we saw those. I love that. And we got musical beer came in. Hey, musical beer, we'll get you onto the free list here. Yeah, you guys have hawk friends and fox friends. You guys are so funny. Oh, yeah, right. Was it a rabid fox or was it there on purpose? Oh, I love it. All right. So I think I'm caught up with those. So we'll continue. And actually, JoJo is up next. So cheers, cheers. All righty. So JoJo, 3725 is your first timestamp here. And that's for the little fox. Okay, that and now I understand the fox sticker. All right. And so let me just catch up on the story real quick. I read some of it. So you let Paloma run around. They were running around on the field together. I love it. Oh, and then you saw the fox before it too. Wow. So so yeah, definitely. Um, it's been around you and paying attention to you with all of that. So I love that. So fun, fun. Let me just make sure there's nothing else here. Yeah, rabies free country. I did see that. Okay, I think I'm caught up now. Sorry, 3 times last 24 hours in different places, yeah. Or there's a lot of foxes around. Was there a distinguishing mark? Or maybe they're just being inundated by foxes since none of them have rabies. They're all living long time. All right, let's take a look here. So, yeah, or that. Yeah, she's foxy. All right. So you wanted to know, were they possessed by one of your guys or just a curious fox? All right, let's take a look here. So tell us about this fox. Was that someone? And if so, can you tell us who you are and what message were you trying to convey here? Of course, obviously, it feels like they were trying to tell you to play kind of energy. Bottom of the deck, you do have the high priestess. So I definitely feel like you feel that they were a guide. And so I would trust your intuition with that. Even underneath that, that's funny because you got the Two of Cups and a different deck, a completely different deck, right? Than we used before. And what was the one that sat by you before last weekend? A bunny. So there definitely is the that it was someone from the other side. It was someone important to you, and they were inhabiting and we'll call it riding. We'll call it riding along with the current one because that's what happens. Like, we talked about a little bit, right? Where animals still are. It's like we take the form of animals to experience life, as well as humans and minerals and like stones and trees and plants. We experience all sorts of different expressions. And when we're in spirit form, we can kind of it's not that we hijack the animal, but we join with that energy of that entity that's expressing itself in that animal and go, "Hey, can I ride along?" They're like, "Yeah." That's like almost like they throw a saddle on, go, "Hop on, you can come with us." And they were with them, um, and enjoying the adventure. So let's take a look here, see if they'll tell us more about who it is. You got the Four of Swords, someone wanting you to get out of your head, because these are the expectations on the wall, and the resting your mind, getting out of your head, and next to it, the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, new opportunity, um, and in the physical world, yeah, get it. It's like they wanted to draw you out of your mind and into the physical world, with those 2 cards coming out together. I definitely feel like this play energy, and they were like, "Get out of your head and come out and play. Play, 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 enjoy it, get out of there, get out of there, get out of there. Rest your mind, rest your mind." I love that you're out in nature and you're going for walks and that helps us. But let's see what else they had here for you. Yeah, we got the 9 of Pentacles, the 8 of Wands. So, yep, this 9 of Pentacles being alone with spirit in the garden, and the 8 of Wands is receiving a lot of messages, because when we're in our human mind and all of our concerns and even our fears and and all that kind of energy, it's hard for us to hear from spirit. And so they wanted you to get out of that mind, so that you could connect more clearly to them and hear the messages they have for you. Underneath that, yeah, we have the World card, because it's time to end a cycle and the beginning of a new adventure. And that makes sense, because I was about to say that it's very important that you hear their messages right now, and that's why they're taking extra effort to get your attention. Kind of like when we have vivid dreams and nightmarish kind of things in our sleeping time, because we'll remember it when we wake up going, "Oh my god, what the hell was that?" If it was just a regular dream, we might not even, but if it's like really impacts us, then we'll be like, "Wow," we'll really, pay attention, and I feel like that's what they're trying to get your attention extra right now, um, so you could hear their words, because there is a big transformation coming forward here for you. Yeah, I like that. Let's see here. What else do they want you to know? You got 4 cards here. You got the 10 of Pentacles. Yep, you got this fullness of life, this abundance energy, but I do feel that's like an ending and beginning in the physical world, about especially where your castle is. That just, I mean, it's so emphasized here that I feel like this has to do with your change of location. They're just like, "We're trying to get you out of your head so that you can hear us, so that we could point you, where you're wanting, where your higher self is wanting us to point you." So I like that. Yeah, yeah, because yeah, you definitely have this death and rebirth energy coming in. Or you're gonna die from being bit by a ravenous fox. No, it's not that. That's not what this is at all. That's just a joke. But there is definitely an ending and significant ending and beginning energy here in the Page of Wands, which is about balancing and seeing, your energy amplified. And I feel like they're trying to, show you where you can kind of calibrate your energy to go in a specific direction. Yeah, in the Chariot, to help you with the power of choice, to help you with direction, because you've been asking them. They're like, "A lot," and that's all right. They want to do it, but this is part of the process of a several little things to get your attention, to draw you out, to have you be present in the moment and not have anxiety about you making a decision. Underneath of all that, yep, you got the 5 of Wands. Like this. Beating the dog. No. This is, a change of energy, this transformative energy, the 5 of Wands. So again, this underlying thing is that there's change coming for you, and they're wanting, like, to turn down the volume of the outside world and turn up the volume of, like, if it's like you're wearing an ear pod that is connected to them, they're like, "Turn that volume up and kinda put in an earplug in the other so you don't hear so much of the outside world and you're hearing more clearly," because I feel like there's several significant steps coming up here for you, and not that there's any danger or anything of missing an opportunity, but they're getting your attention because it's the easier way, and they want you to catch the easy one instead of have to, you know, um, keep going. You have to do a U-turn and come all the way back and do something. They wanna kinda save you time and effort with those. I like that. Alright. So, I feel like that's, what they wanted to tell you about the fox. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too from the Queen of the Moon Oracle. Alright. Got this one here. Got card 21, Resilience. It's almost like the normally the, 10 of wands energy where there's usually someone carrying something on their back, right? And we have to go, is that a blessing or a burden? And it's our choice how we look at it, right? So I like this resilience. Opened up right to it, the page there. You do want to do it the easy way. So resilience, it says, making mistakes builds resilience. I have learned my lessons from the mistakes I have made. I stand strong. I am an adult and I act with self responsibility. Oh, I love that. Your fortune, not your fortune, your affirmation is I am strong and resilient. So you're always going to overcome everything, right? We have overcome 100% of everything we were challenged with in our life, or we'd be dead right now. So, boom, boom. Says, as we stretch and expand towards our intentions, we will most likely meet resistance or, wait for it, make mistakes or fail altogether. This is where resilience, confidence, and our inner will come into play. We might ask ourselves, how much do we really want what we're going for? Does what we want align with our needs and values? Are we really devoted to having it? Do we think we are enough? Do we have the strength to keep going? So this is good. It's like a check-in. Are you sure this is what you want? And you're like, absolutely. I was gonna say some cuss word, we don't use that on YouTube, I guess. It says, "While all of us at some time have to go through periods of imbalance and difficulty, even of suffering, it's important we learn to grow and rely on our resilience. This is true power from the inside out. Building our reserves of resilience, this ability to stand strong and bounce back, is something that has at its heart wisdom and learning taken from experience. Having resilience allows us the solidity and yet the freedom to grow and to take that leap to the next level. It allows us to reach higher with a stability that makes things less risky. It allows us to create with a bit more pleasure. Remember, mistakes are simply information gathering. That's it. The less drama and guilt and shame you attach to them, the better. The experience of failure or mistakes is simply one of learning. That's all. As we move around the lunar cycle and in life, we can see how things may have occurred before and that we have experience in how to handle them. Even if we don't have direct experience, we can build resilience as an insurance policy against being devastated by the opinions of others. While someone might say something nasty about us, when we compare this to what we know to be true about ourselves, it truly is no great hurt and really just a piece of information gathering. The companion stone for this one is azurite. So I love that. Learn and turn. I love it. So this is for your first one. So thank you for your first donation. And I'm not sure if I saw a second question yet. So if you want to pop that down here, up next, we will have Marissa, and then after we do your second one, and then Val, which is footwork, and Moonlight, which is summer. And then I do see Michelle Smith. Thank you so much for your Cash App donation that came through. So thank you. Message from your ancestors. Ooh, exciting. I love those. So let me mark this since I have that there. Yeah, sly as a fox, playful as a fox. They're smart and they get to play. I just saw in my head the, um, this where there's a snow fox and they jump and they all you see is their feet because they jumped after something in the snow. It's be playful, right? Enjoy it. Enjoy the journey as we're going along with it, right? So I like that. All right. So number 2 for you here, 5151. Look at that. Perfect timing. That's your timestamp for number 2. Oops, I'll try that again. Take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. So it's about S. You find him as a friend. I feel like he has other intentions. All right, let's take a look here. So, what are their intentions towards you? And what else is important for you to know about them here? Any of those in these 3? Okay. Oh, yep. Well, of course, bottom of the deck, you've got the Empress energy, which is sensuality and the emotional energy. And you do carry yourself in a way as an empress, you don't feel like you're average, you don't feel like you're a queen, and that doesn't sound like average, but you have that deep knowing and this sense of being true to yourself. And I feel like that's extra attractive to people, as you as we all you is it's not you, it's we you, everyone, all of us, as we develop our self-confidence, it's sexy. People love confidence, not arrogance. Arrogance is I'm better than everybody else. That goes, oh, but confidence in someone knowing who they are, we all want that for ourselves. And when we don't have a ton of it, when we see it in someone else, we're like, nom, nom, nom. We want to consume it in them instead of trying to find it for ourselves sometimes. But that's the whole thing of I feel like this is that kind of energy is that they're like, "You're scrumptious." So I do feel it's in there, and a big piece of it feels like your confidence. Let's see what else they have here. Yep, the Queen of Wands. Yeah, well, there is that fireness. You can't help, um, the energy that emanates from you. Fire signs, you're just gifted with this amazing energy that draws people to you. It is what is part of the fire energy. People come to you for warmth. Moths come to the flame. You just there are people are drawn to fire signs naturally. Um Kind of like vampires. I think I mentioned that a lot with like Twilight and Edward when he opens his shirt and he's sparkly and she's like, "I don't I love you." And he's like, I'm built to attract you. I'm a, a not a carnivore. They seek prey, whatever. It goes, I'm designed to draw my prey to me, and I feel like that's kind of that energy. It's not that extreme, but it's like, yeah, it is that we're, that energy. So can't blame them. Like, yeah, I can't blame people. They're gonna be attracted to me, and I'm just gonna have to get used to that. Yeah, because you have the 2 of Wands. Look, there's your black kitty. And the Emperor as well. Yeah. So you have both the Empress and the Emperor energy, and this 2 of Wands, I feel like they're kinda adding on to this other thing that you've got both of that energy. We all have it within us, but you have more of this balance of it, right? and that you will draw male and female to you with that two of wands. It's two emanating magic wands that draw people to you. So I feel like they're kind of telling you in a way, um, get used to it. Because you're like, by now you're like, I know, even when I don't want them to be, they are. And you're like, you know, just have gratitude for it and don't feel like you have to do anything about it. That everyone, they're going to have that. And you get to make, with this two of wands, you get to focus in on what you want to grow. So you can focus in on that, right? Oh, yeah, should have tipped you off. Huh. I like your energy. I can stay over. No. You're sparkly. That's right. Let's see here. You have more here. You have the 7 of Pentacles. Yeah. It's like be patient. This is a patience card. It's be patient with people. They're going to, it's going to happen. And you don't have to, beat them off with a bat. You can just um, be true to yourself, and you don't have to do anything you don't want to do. You don't have to explain it. You don't have to make sure it's clear. You don't have to, like, make sure, that they're not gonna get their feelings hurt because I don't feel the same way. That's not none of your business. You don't have to worry about it. That's their choices, their experience. If they bring it up and ask, then you can politely reply going, "You know what? That's just not there for me right now." And you don't have to apologize. You can just it's information, you know? Or, I wish I had that for you. It'd be awesome, but, I can't force it. I like that, those kind of things. The way to say that anyway. You also have here underneath that the Page of Wands. Yeah. So this is again this kind of going to an 11 of the energy. This just kind of emphasizes that, wherever you focus your energy is what grows and expands. So if you focus on, oh God, they're attracted to me, aren't they? Oh my God, the attraction grows and grows. When you focus on what you're grateful for in individuals that you feel you're picking this up, focus in on the things that you're grateful for. Like, I'm grateful that they can be a good friend. I'm grateful, focus on the things you want to grow, not the stuff that you're like, oh God, right? Or like, oh no, go, you know what? I'm releasing that. I'm focusing in on the things I want to grow between us. And then the last three cards on the bottom, you got the judgment card. Yeah. Seeing things from a higher perspective, weighing things out, um, you know the clarity within you, and yeah, and there's going to be a lot of different emotions that are flowing around the 7 of Cups, and the King of Cups is balancing your head and your heart, but realize that you do have someone eventually, the King of Cups. They'll be a balanced individual, and you'll know the difference between it all. Um, when you meet that person. I think we've talked about them before. And if you can't remember, well, it sucks to be you. I'm just kidding. We can always find out more about that other person. But I think if they're telling me, no, you think you chose that you didn't want to know. You want it to be a surprise. You want it to be, yeah, right. All right. And then the Dreamers deck is where you get this fortune cookie from. And yeah, I like it. So again, the I am grateful. I know that my blessings come from being thankful for what I already have. So I like that. It is instead of focusing on what we're not wanting between two people, will we do the other right? Yeah. I don't want to know. Yeah. So that is what they have for you for your donation. So thank you again so much for the dual donations. I'm excited for you. Yeah, thank you, Deb, for answering Plate of Spaghetti there. I do indeed Deb is right on the money. I do have you on the list regarding William, so we have you there. All right. That's for the free readings. I still have 4 donations currently. I've got Marissa up next, and then, Val Footwork, Moonlight Summer, and Michelle up after that. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So let's take a cheers, and we'll dive in here. Thank you guys again so much for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love, and I'm so grateful. You're part of the love tsunami. All right, Marissa, you're 101.25. Can't believe it's been an hour already, although I did talk a lot in the beginning, so I get it. All right, let's take a look here. Marissa, let's give your donation a love and a like here since it lets me do that. And you did. You applied for a 2-bedroom house within your budget. Will you get it? No pressure. Right? We'll take a look here. Based on your current energies, will you get it? And what else do they want you to know about it? Let's take a look here. All right, I do feel like that's the yes or no. Will you get it or not? And additional information. Did what that is it's still sticking out here. It's like I wanted one and it slipped away, but it was still peeking out in this one too. All right, let's see what we got here. Ooh, I like it. So you do have the Ace of Pentacles on the bottom, which of course is an abundance card of the physical world. So positive energy flowing beneath the surface here. So there is a new opportunity in the physical world for you. Let's see what more we can find out about it. Will you get this one? Well, you got the King of Cups. I just put this card back in, it came back out. Balance between head and heart. It's a positive energies. And the Wheel of Fortune. Very fortunate card. So this does feel like a positive energy that's coming in. What else did they want you to know about it here? You got the Judgment card along with the 10 of Wands. Yeah, I mean, definitely this ending and beginning energy because you've got the Wheel of Fortune number 10. Well, you got the Ace of Pentacles on the bottom, which is new beginnings, right? But you also have the Judgment card, which is 2 10s, and this 10. So you've got this huge ending and beginning energy that's being really supported. And I do feel with the Judgment card, it's your higher self showing you where to be drawn to. And I feel like this almost feels like you were drawn to this place and like you were like there's other places you might have looked at and maybe even applied for it and didn't get it. And they're like, it's because all along this is the place that you were to be going into and experiencing. Let's see what else they want you to know here. Yeah, because here's the 9 of Wands. This is the perseverance. It's like the celebration of persevering, and now that you're able to step through the 9 of Wands to the 10 of Wands, which goes from feeling like a burden to feeling like abundance. And so I like that energy. And you have the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, I like this. They're basically telling you these 2 cards came out next to each other that, yeah, it took a long time, longer than your human wanted it, and but you persevered and you were able to break through. And now, because of this, you do have this strength energy. You have this, it's like your patience muscles have, increased. Underneath all of that, yep, the King of Pentacles, leading you to this sense of abundance and gratitude. And I feel like they're saying here, the more we look at all this combination, it's yeah, be grateful for what you have had. And I feel like you learned a lot around gratitude through this journey of finding a new place. And I feel like because you have this is what they're saying is because you have stepped into more of an attitude of gratitude, because gratitude energy is like a million megahertz, right? And lack and those are like 10 megahertz, let's say. Takes a lot um if we were just gonna undo all of us that we experience pointing out what's not happening, and it would take us forever to catch up, but when we do one moment of gratitude, it wipes out a lot of that lack debt. You could look at it that way, and they're like, "You have been grateful that it's just blown away all this stuff that's allowing you now to move forward in your life." So it looks very positive for you. Let's see what else they want you to know here with your fortune cookie for the Queen of the Moon Oracle, too. Let's see what we got here. Okay, this one here. And you have realization. Yeah, 3. It's that Empress energy stepping through, going through the keyhole and going through the gateway into a new, brighter place. I love this. Let's see what this brings in here. So, with self awareness comes realization. Knowledge is power. Self examination of your role within a situation is important. Your affirmation, I have timely self awareness and act upon my realizations. Says as we move into the early waxing cycle, light begins to shine upon the shadows, illuminating what is. This is the beginning of a powerful process, realization. When we decide to really examine our lives without fear or favor, it can be hard. This is no doubt an act of courage. We might not like what we discover after all, yet without self awareness and the will to act upon those realizations, whether we perceive them as positive or negative, we do not get to change and grow. The realization that we have a pattern, a bad habit, or a behavior that is causing us pain is a powerful position, even though we may feel worry and pain around the discovery. We can then take personal responsibility to change our situation since we know our current position. Knowing ourselves more completely enables us to accept ourselves more readily and to dare to love exactly who we really are. I love that. Your companion stone, aventurine, if you're into stones. But I love this because this does feel like this energy of self awareness and like your self-worth has changed where you feel like I deserve this now. And it's been growing and changing. So I love that for you, Marissa. So yay, exciting news. All right. And that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then we have Val Footwork up next. 108 39. Here is your timestamp. So let me see here up here. Yep. Give that a love and a like since it lets me here. And you would like a general reading. All right. So let's take a look here and see what spirit has here for. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, everybody. Cheers to you, Val. All right. So, what do you want Val to know right now? Thank you. Boom and boom. These 3. This one, and this one. I do want these 2 as well. All right. What do we have happening here? Bottom of the deck, you do have the Page of Cups. I like this. It's a card of expanded and heightened emotion in a positive way. In a way, it's kind of like um, fun energy, like a little bunny ears. So there is this what brings you joy energy? What makes you happy energy? And this is the underlying energy. Let's see what they're wanting to share here. Let me just move these cards around. All right. So what's the first one here? We've got the Queen of Swords. Yeah, there is this balance between the head and the heart. And it does feel like this has been the journey for a while for you, right? Getting out of that head of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, and allowing your heart to have a say so. And your heart's been speaking up and you've been listening, and your mind has been listening, going, well, okay, well, instead of bullying the heart, I'll support it. And I feel like you're getting ideas and your joy is making its way to the surface. where before, this could be even be years ago where it was feeling like you had to push your dreams down, either well, because felt you didn't deserve them, and you felt other people other people would say about you wanting to step up and do something, but you were growing and growing and growing over these years. I feel like it's been 4 or 5 years since you really started to believe that you could have something more, something that you've dreamed of, and then the last 2 to 3 years, you really have been doing things to try to, create it, but this last year, I feel like, is the one where your mind really is going, "Oh, you're not going away, heart, are you? I might as well start to support you more," and it's like your heart is taking the lead now. It usually starts off the heart is 0, the mind is 100, and then it takes time for it to become 50-50. But now it's like you're in this era of moving your heart is leading more than your mind, which we really probably don't wanna lead 100% heart, 0 mind, because that's when we go blow all our money and we do everything and don't think about how to make it happen and be successful with it, and then we end up oops. The mind, we still want it to support the heart, right? So I like this, that you have the Queen of Swords, the balance between the 2. Yeah, and then you have the Queen of Wands here too, which is all about action and movement and get out of her way, because once she puts her mind to something, she's gonna make it happen, and I like that energy, because that's where I feel like you really step into. So you got the 2 of the queens here, with this powerful energy coming in. So, wherever you focus your energy is what does grow and expand. So, the more we're grateful for what is, then it goes, success grows. When our mind kicks into gear, it's like, well, this is what it needs to be successful. You need this, you must have this, you must want this, you must need this. Then that takes us into the, energy of lack instead. So the mind can take us off track, and because the heart has no expectations. Everything is above and beyond woohoo. When the mind has all these expectations that it tries to get us to get back into, you know, um, into that. They're of all things they're bringing up, organized religion in the Christian Bible, Christianity, when Jesus taught about unconditional love and the old rules of Judaism and everything. No, no, it's all about loving your neighbor, love yourself, love others, love the Creator, right? Um, After he passed and was no longer on the physical earth, people try to get people to go back into rules and laws and all of that. Like they, after Jesus was no longer present, reminding everyone unconditional, they went back into conditional. And you'll see a lot of the letters to the churches going, "What happened? Why did you guys go back into, you know, you had grace, you went back into law again?" And that's kind of what our mind will do, is it'll try to take us back into the law because it's afraid. It wants to be, let's go back to the norm. Let's go back to the old things I feel safe with. But it's like, no, the heart wants to have this journey. And this is where you're headed with these 3 cards. Yeah, I love it. Letting go of all the expectations, the laws, the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be with the 10 of swords. I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to all these mind's expectations. And you have the 2 of swords. You get to choose the story about what things are, right? Um, I like this energy of, the 2 of swords, that you get to, um, you know, we have a lot of that 10 of swords, the story that we've been given about when this happens. It's what the story is supposed to be and what it's supposed to mean. But that 2 of swords that's just an opinion. That's one story, but I can create my own about what something means. And you do have the Knight of Pentacles too, which is this energy of, the quest of seeing my worth. And in this quest of my worth, I learned that I'm the one that gets to go inward and upward and find my worth, that I'm priceless, not relationships with people or situations or things. That's all retail price. That's all above and beyond. but my worth comes self-worth. And I feel like that's a big piece of all this is your journey of stepping into knowing that you deserve to have your joy and you get to create the story about everything that's going on around you. So you can choose stories of joy instead of stories of lack or stories of whatever lower vibration that we're all given as the recommendation. Like, I'm tired of scary stories. I want to read some comedies. Right. What else is next year for you? You got the Knight of Wands. Yeah. So you do have this fast movement, moving forward here. Knight of Wands. This is the year of the fire horse. This would be that kind of energy where it's go, 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 go. You have a lot of action, a lot of movement, a lot of fire happening. Again, Queen of Wands, the Knight of Wands kind of serves the Queen and the King of Wands. So you do have this energy that's moving you forward this year. And you've got the courage. Yeah. If you have the courage for the new opportunities, you definitely have it here with that strength card. Stepping forward, finding your inner strength. This Ace of Pentacles, the Knight of Pentacles is on the quest for your self-worth, and if you have the courage to believe in yourself, you have some amazing things moving forward here for you. Yeah. You have the Fool card, which is a new adventure. It's leaving behind the old ways. You completed the old ways. This is a world of possibility instead of limitation. Those 10 of swords that were given from the world will keep us feeling restricted and small and, um, limit our possibilities going, no, it has to be this way and this timing, this way, blah, 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 right? But when we blast those away, then we don't limit the creator of how it can come in. So I love this, energy that's coming forward here for you. You got the Page of Pentacles and the Temperance. Yeah. Just know that success is coming with this Page of Pentacles. This abundance is coming. The Temperance energy here is this, it's like alchemy. It's even, we don't see the change that's happening as it's going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Things are happening, then out of nowhere, gold appears. It transitions like that, but just trust that things are unfolding. It's like winter. I think we talked about that before, right? During winter, we think everything's dead. There's nothing on the trees and nothing's going on, but below the surface, there's a lot of stuff going on. The seedlings are starting to hatch, and the little seedling plants, they're making their way to the surface, and then spring comes, and suddenly you see all these little green sprouts coming out of the ground, and you're like, they didn't just happen overnight. They've been growing through the winter. So I love that energy here for you. We'll pull a fortune cookie too, but I like this. I like this kind of celebration of the choices you've made, of kind of reflecting back on the journey you've had, and that, it's not going to be before long where you're going to see the abundance that comes from the patience and the consistently doing the stuff, even then when we don't see the results through our eyes, the results are a coming. From the Queen of the Moon Oracle, you've got nourishment. Number 7 here. Like that. The number 7 really standing out here for July. Something special in July. I feel like it's going to be a big month for you, and this could be like the fruition of where a lot of stuff makes itself known. Let's see what the card says. Choose to nourish your mind, your body, and spirit. Feed your values. When you are jealous or envious, it is a sign of what you are actually hungering for. And pay attention to your health. And your affirmation, I choose to nourish myself. Says all of us have a set of values that are as individual as our fingerprints. Sometimes we aren't sure what they might be if asked, but unconsciously we know. How do we know? Because if our values are not being met or lived, we rebel. We get angry, sad, depressed, irritable, or stuck. Or we take the chaotic choice in our decision making, and commonly our relationships and life are not harmonious. An example of this might be someone who has a strong value of honesty being asked to manipulate the truth every day in a sales job, or someone who highly values peace being surrounded by loud, drama filled people who are just the opposite of peaceful. Meeting our values and living by them is a sure way to nourish our being. We feel more complete and fulfilled if we're able to do that. Additionally, it probably isn't an exaggeration to say that the Western world is obsessed by food for the wrong reasons. Food is often used as pain relief, with many people overeating due to anxiety or pain. Food becomes a diversion rather than something that is nourishing or even simply enjoyable. Learning to nourish bodies purely to give them what they really need is a key to mental and physical health. I love that. Your companion stone is emerald. Ooh. So if you're into crystals, that can really help. So that is what they have for you, Val. I love that for you. It just reminds me of almost some like a cornucopia. It just feels like abundance energy. So I do feel like July is a big month for you where a lot of fruition comes around with that. All right. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. Let me take a look here. I know we had a couple people come in. We got Livier Vagara in the house. Hello, my friend. Good to see you. Get you on the free list here. And we got Nancy. Nancy, hello. Good evening to you. And yeah, we can put you on here onto the free list here as well. So we got you there. And Lily Cherry Blossom. Good to see you as well. We'll get you on the free list here. You're actually right before Nancy there. So we will get there. That's my mom's name. At first, I'm like, Mom, is that you? I can't talk about her now. I'm just kidding. Hey, plate of spaghetti. Good to see you. All right. So I've got right now 2 more donations before I start free reading. So we will, once I start free readings, I'll kind of give the updated list on those, but it'll be a little bit here before we do that. So cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So Moonlight, you are up 12320. Here's your time stamp. Scroll, scroll, scroll. There you are. I love it. How's it going, little fox? So thank you for the donation. And it's up here. So you had an energy experience today. You asked what was yours and what got stuck to you. Felt like electricity moving in your whole body. Wow. You asked about a specific person and it felt like my chest was caving in. Eek. Headache at one spot, raising pulse. Asked what was mine, felt lighter, but like your throat was blocked. So, what does spirit have to say about it, and how did your visit affect and end? All right, let's take a look here. So let's take a look here. So, what does Spirit want you to know about this experience? All right, thank you. Okay, boom, boom, boom. And then, how did your visit affect and end? How did it affect you? It seems like it almost gave you a heart attack. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, there was definitely a lot of energy, right? Because you got the 8 of Wands on the bottom, which is a ton load of flowing of energy, right? So a lot of energy flow was so you weren't imagining it. I mean, I know you know that, but it's sometimes just good to hear that, like, yeah, there was a lot of energy flow. What was this experience? You did have the 7 of Cups. So I do feel like you felt a lot of different emotions in the moment, and whatever emotional energy it was, I feel like it almost it what I'm seeing in my head is like an atomic bomb where, and I'm not sure if this is how atomic bombs work, but it's like like emotion sparked more emotion, sparked more emotion, sparked more emotions where it was like this huge ball of emotion that exploded and you kind of just felt all this emotional energy. Especially, I mean, Jupiter just moved into Cancer again, like the expander. So your emotions are expanding again. Yay! I know you're so happy for that. But you're feeling things in a big, big way. And I feel like that's a lot of that. I feel like it triggered some anxiety inside of you. So some of this was yours, but I do feel like you experienced feeling this other person's emotions on the outside because you're big empathic, right? And with this eclipse energy still impacting us and all of this other that's going on, I just really feel like um, you felt them and then you started to feel something. Then your inner child goes, ooh, 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 we feel that too. And bam. And then even some past life energy that kind of matches all of this. I feel like this is a culmination of some stuff from past life, your this life with your inner child, emotions you were feeling that were sparked by what you were feeling on the outside. So this makes sense that it was like boom, boom, boom kind of energy. Let's see what else. They got three more cards around this. Let's see what we have. Yeah, you got the 10 of cups. So definitely the cups of emotion were full. They were multiplying like rabbits. That makes total sense, right? See if you I'm not sure if you're still down here. Um, and then you have the Hierophant that was coming in here. So definitely this powerful change energy, your higher self, allowing you to see this. They are the they are the master of change, but they're also the fives is just a reminder that it's like stepping stone, stepping stone energy. Whoever this was, it's for you to grow by your experience with them, not that you're meant to be with this person or anything like that lines. If anything like that is there, it's just their learning experience. And then you have the 5 of cups, yeah. Again, another, 5 energy with emotion, stepping stone, learning energy through this experience, and so it was designed to happen so that you could become more aware of your emotional energies that are bubbling below, because 'cause you've got past life, inner child energies that got activated by what was going on there, and here it comes, right? So, um I feel like that is what happened, and you did have, because some of these things, let me see your description here. Um, so the electricity was energy, it's like your empathic energy activating, so that was more spiritual, but then when your chest felt like it was caving in, that's the spark of fight or flight. Like the like someone scared us, right? It's that spark of that. And it's because some of those emotions ignited your inner child. It was like, oh God, we're in danger. I don't like this. The headache in a spot, the raising pulse. That's the flooding of, you know, um, adrenaline and all this in your body. So you went into fight or flight mode because of some of the emotions that you were experiencing, along with everything else you were experiencing. So, just be aware of and kind of sit through and kind of feel. You kind of said like, what is mine and what's not mine? And maybe with that description, you can go, okay, what was theirs? What was my emotion in the moment? Why was my inner child reacting? And then also, what comes to you when you look into past life emotion, right? And then you wanted to know, how did your visit affect and end? Let's take a look here. So got the Wheel of Fortune. It was for them. Again, this experience, if this experience was with them, then definitely, it was for both of you to learn and to grow from it. So it is fortunate either way. The Page of Pentacles, they did see this here as a fortunate blessing that they were able to, spend time and visit with you here. Yeah, the 3 of Swords was disappointment as well. Here's heartbreak energy, and, so there's this fear of not living up to expectations, also experiencing my expectations not being met, and, so that's the energy, like I was saying, that you felt the sinking heart, they felt this too. So, part of what you felt sparked, but then it also ignited your fight or flight energy to go in. So there was something that they did get ignited into their own fight or flight mode. They do have the Ace of Pentacles. They are hoping for another opportunity to see you again. We have the Chariot card. Here's your Mother Moon energy because they do desire your nurturingness and that emotion you're able to give. And the Knight of Swords, yeah, they do want more communication. They want to understand and gain more clarity too. But they definitely it in the beginning it felt like wow, and then their heart sank. So I don't know if you told them something that went against what they were hoping, or kind of energy, but there was something that triggered them to go, "Whoop," but they're hoping for another opportunity here because, like we talking about, like we're talking about, fire signs earlier, that they attract the passions and the moths get attracted to the light. Well, when you're a your spirit guides are funny because they're like, when you're a huge emotional body of water, you also attract a lot of sucker fish, a lot of bottom feeders that feed on the bottom of the lake. You know, they they don't have the emotional capacity themselves, so they try to feed off of others, and that's kind of the energy that comes in there. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Hopefully that brings some clarity there for you. Let's see here. And you got Purity, the snow moon. I know you're like, "I'm tired of the snow," but you get the snow moon. Something on the what is that on there? It's a leaf. So card number 30. Let's see what the snow moon brings in for you here. So you've got, it's called Purity. It says, "Look for the simplest and cleanest solution. Understand your motives for doing what you are doing. Be as clear as possible in your communication." Your affirmation, "I know why I do what I do." The word purity now seems to have a kind of loaded moral quality. Anytime I mention the word, people mostly think about how it's used in religious or I'm sorry, religions or in morals. For example, the purity of virgins, the purity of no sex before marriage, the purity of celibacy, the purity of bloodline of certain extreme right wing groups. No wonder we use the word with some trepidation. The purity I refer to here is the purity of the silver moon on the unmarked snow, the simple purity of intention that nature demonstrates, the purity of clean water in a mountain stream, the purity of one single purpose. The Cambridge Dictionary defines this kind of purity as being clean or free from harmful substances or people. And I guess in our world, so full of pollution and damage to the environment, that may well be hard to find. However, the ancients looked at the cycles that brought ice and snow as a sort of reset button, a time when everything lay fallow for a while and brought with it a kind of simplicity. These times were hard, but if we were prepared for them, we could survive. There are good reasons to strive for a kind of positive purity in our lives. Being precise with our language and as clear as we can be in our communications means fewer miscommunications and misunderstandings in our relationships and work life. Keeping our intentions pure and untainted with lower energies, such as jealousy, revenge, or unworthiness, as much as possible, means that our motivations are pure and not muddy in their reasoning. I love it because the companion stone is clear quartz. I actually have one right here. Be clear in your communication. Don't lead anyone on, absolutely let them know um, how you feel, right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, did they appreciate your visit? Yes. Was it hard for them? Yes. Because they thought it was great that you were there, but then there was also disappointment and there was, reminders of how things are not unfolding the way they want them to unfold. So they were ignited in there. Um, their thoughts and feelings about after. Well, they did. They want to communicate with you again. They do want, another opportunity to get together with you. So those after cards is what we were talking about there, around it. Because I feel like because of that seeking and wanting clarity, I feel like they're not sure what they're thinking and what your intentions are, and I feel like they were left confused, after you left. They weren't sure, like, "Where do we stand?" I don't know. And this clarity, it feels like we need to keep it simple and be clear on what you want and don't want, not leaving it up to them to figure things out, but to make it very clear about your intentions and what you're wanting from your interactions. And if you were, that could be the reason why they had the 3 of swords, which is about disappointment, because maybe they want more, but they felt like, "Oh, I thought you came back, um, to have things, be different and move forward or something." And they're like, "Oh, you kind of came back with your boundaries." Oh, damn it. So, hopefully that helps, Moonlight. If you want to do a free reading to ask a specific question, I can dive into it for you, but those are the messages that came through on that one. All right. So, Jojo, thank you for your additional donation here. So, we'll circle back around for you. We'll have Michelle Smith up next, and then Jojo will be up after that. And I think we had a couple more people come in here. Let me just find out here. Got those. All right, we got Priscilla in the house. Hey, Priscilla, good to see you. I'll get you on the free list here. And Faith and Love. Hello, hello. Your little hands cracks me up every time. All right, so we got that. All right. All right, so hopefully that helps, Moonlight. That is what they have for you. Oops, that's my coffee. That's almost gone. Cheers, cheers, everybody. I'll take a sip and then we'll jump into Michelle's reading and then JoJo's additional. We're about 1 hour and 40 minutes in. If by 2.5 hours I haven't started free readings, I do step away, from the donations and dive into free readings. So if I continue to get donations, just know, we will get to free readings here soon. So cheers, cheers. All right, done with coffee, moving on to water now. All right. So Michelle Smith, 139:46 is your timestamp. There we go. So that is your timestamp there. Oh, yeah. Thank you for your donation via Zcash app. And you wanted I think it was a message from your ancestors. Yes. So there it is. Let's see what your ancestors have for you. All right. Let's take a look here. So they want this one and this one here. And those. these and these two to this one. Oh, countdown 3, 2, 1. Lately, it's funny, ancestors, when we asking for, I've had a few people ask for messages from ancestors, and they've been giving us countdowns to something like, just to let you know, this is what's coming. We're like, whoa, thank you. In fact, you have 4 cards and 3 cards and 2 cards and 1 card. So a big countdown that's been, yeah, I was going to say it's been going on for a while, it feels like, because the bottom of the deck, you do have the 7 of Pentacles, which is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. And it's like the slowness of things unfolding, that come in that way. So very interesting that it's been doing that. But you have 2 cards before we even start into the countdown. Yeah, you got the Empress. So there is this birthing, and it's like, yeah, if I've never had birth children myself, of course, in this lifetime, but spirit is, and I've had friends who've been pregnant, but spirit showed me, you know, part of birthing is, um, we get to the place we're so uncomfortable, there's no space left, that it's like, "Get this kid out of me." Sometimes, right? But this is the energy they just showed me here, is like, I'm so full. It's the 7 of Pentacles is like, you're so ready for birth, you're so ready for whatever this thing that's been taking a long time to happen. Like, you're so primed and ready for it that, you're ready for the birthing process to happen. And, we do have this, kinda same thing that happens with teenagers, um, that they start to get on parents' nerves as they get closer to 18, which makes it easier for parents to let their children go off to college or move out or whatever. They're like, "Yeah, yeah, you can go. Bye." Not with everyone, of course, but it's just funny that it comes in that way. We're ready to so uncomfortable, we're ready to birth that baby. We're so uncomfortable, we're ready to let them go off to wherever. Bye. Underneath the surface of that, yeah, you have the 10 of Cups. So this is something joyful. You're ready to birth something that is of the heart, and, something that is, this fullness of, of your heart, right? It's something that's not like a thing of the mind to be completed, blah, 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 but this is something of the heart. Especially the Empress is so full of emotional energy. She rules over all 4 queens. All 4 queens get cups behind the scenes, plus the Queen of Cups. So she's 5 parts water, 1 part fire, earth, and air. And so, there is this great amount of emotional birthing that wants to come forward here. So I like that. Let's see what this is. We begin the countdown. The first 4 number. Yeah. Well, a lot of emotional energy below the surface that's been bubbling up, a lot below the surface that wants to be seen, that's been bubbling up. Part of the process that you've been going through is with the 5 of Pentacles, which is the beliefs of lack and not being enough, the fear of being left behind, being left out in the cold, um, being unworthy kind of energy, which I feel like you've been working on. This is like they're kind of telling you it started off here back on number 4, the 4th card. Um, and definitely, yeah, this does show you with the 8 of Pentacles, you've been putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, taking different directions with your energy around this. And so this is where a lot of your growth has happened. With that 8 of Pentacles, it's like the caterpillar being in the, you know, cocoon or chrysalis, and letting go of parts that weren't you. And there is this, that's the work you were doing, is letting stuff go. And here's that fruition. You started to feel some of that change within you, but it's been taking time to get to the outside world, right? At least at that point with stage 4. As you went to stage 3 here, or at this point, um, yeah, I like this because you had the 4 of Cups, which is realizing the 3 cups of the outside world were not fulfilling you. And that self love, there up in the tree, your Ace of Cups, is what was being reflected to the outside world, and this is where you've done a lot of this, um, understanding of your worth, understanding that everyone's a reflection of your heart and that you can't receive love from others more than for the love you feel for yourself, nor give love to others more than the love you have for yourself. So you've been really doing this huge focus on that. And with the Three of Cups, finding your tribe has been kind of this finding like these two individuals that raise their Ace of Cups that are also finding their self-love. And with this King of Pentacles, this is a big piece of that, of their journey. The king, shared the knowledge of when we define ourselves by the outside world, we feel unstable. When we define ourselves inward and upward, then we feel priceless. Outside world, retail price, we end up in the clearance rack, the blue light special at Kmart, inward and upward, priceless, right? No price tag because we're priceless. There's no way you can put a price on us. And I feel like this is the journey. You went from this lack to really stepping into your love and your self-worth. And they're letting you know that this is an amazing journey and they've been with you all along your entire, you know, um, evolution, your transition from caterpillar to butterfly. And they were celebrating you and cheering you on, which is bringing you up here. I feel like you're coming into stage 2, and then we'll find out what the last card is. But I feel like they're saying here, yeah. So you've had this period of the hermit, spending time with spirit, this alone time, right? That can sometimes feel like, what do they call it in prison? Solitary confinement. And it's like, no, this was a choice of yours. Yeah. And the Four of Pentacles, the King of Pentacles I was talking about the sense of worth. The Four of Pentacles is that energy. This is the card among the King's journey in the Pentacle suit, where they learn that when I define myself by the 3 buckets of the outside world, relationships with humans, situations like jobs, education, social status, and things like our bodies, our bank accounts, possessions, all those things are unstable. So we feel unstable, right? Because people change, people walk away, people pass away, right? So relationships with them unstable. The situations never stay the same, and things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down, stolen, unstable all over the place. And as you turn inward and upward, that's where you find that. And I feel like you've learned a lot, and now you're moving into this next stage. You're learning a lot about putting it into practice. You're starting to engage with people of romantic, of family and friends and coworkers and different people, and you're realizing, oh yeah, this is where I normally would have before. Back in stage 4, I would have went, oh, this means something about me. But now you're like, what's going on with them? You're realizing you're not using their actions or non-actions, their words or their silence to define you. You're realizing, no, I'm self-defined. I'm priceless. But what's going on with you? You wouldn't be able to see that before because we were so consumed with, everything that's coming in defines me some way. And now we're like, no, that's just information. I don't need, doesn't define me at all. I can look beyond all this inundation of stuff. So I love this, and this is leading you to, yep, the Nine of Pentacles, this feeling of independence, self, um, self, uh, because it's financial independence. What is the other word I was looking for? It's self. Uh, it's where you have all the money that you need, kind of energy, but you have all the worth that you need inside of you. And it changes your whole perception of the outside world because we don't see the world as it is, right? We we see the world as we are. So if I feel I'm lacking, I see a world that believes I'm lacking, but also a world that is full of lack. When I am full and overflowing, I see the world as an abundant place instead. That comes in here. Um, And it's funny because your first card on the bottom of the deck was the Seven of Pentacles, and talking about ancestors, here's the family tree. They're like, "Yep, we experienced all this, and we wanted to share that, and we're very, happy for your adventure, because there's no right or wrong, and they're just like, we're so glad to have been on this adventure. Um, there is no failure. There's just growth and growing pains and information and transformation. And you are certainly a beautiful butterfly. I love that. And let's take a look here. We'll see what comes through here for your fortune cookie from the Queen of the Moon Oracle. All right, here we go. And you have the Void, the number one. It's like this fresh start, right? This is the first when the moon seems not to be there, but on the other side, we don't understand what the sun is whispering to the moon on the other side. Because even though we don't, we see darkness on the Bohiny of the moon is light. So the void, your time to rest and reset is here. Release all that does not serve you. Stop resisting. The void is a time of possibility, not just darkness. There's nothing to fear in letting go of negative patterns and habits, so let go of the old. Right, exactly right. Your little affirmation is, I freely release what I no longer need. Says, while the full moon, full attractive power, gets all the publicity, wow, the dark moon, which offers the infinite possibilities of a clean slate, is just as powerful in its own way. The dark moon often looks like just a darker piece of the night sky, and in some cultures, the way it appears harkens back to the idea of the void. It is a place of unknowable secrets, a state of everything and nothing, or a place to prepare or rest before moving on. To me personally, there is a relieving, restful quality about this darkest moon that allows pondering and decisions about what we can jettison before making fresh plans for the new moon, which is the next day. If you find yourself resisting the dark moon, it is usually a clear sign that you're being stubborn about letting go of something that is old and not serving you in a positive way any longer. Often that is a fear or pattern that was created to protect you in some way. However, now it is outdated, yet you are still carrying it or acting it out. Know that this moon is powerful, but it is also incredibly gentle in the way it helps you unravel what actually is so you can embrace the fresh start of tomorrow. Relax, reframe, and think about how much better your life will be without that bad habit, fear, or pattern. Get very clear about the possibilities of this transformation and what it will give you in real terms. This is the power of the dark moon. It is the optimum time in the cycle to release the old and cut the cords of relationships and traumas that deserve no time and attention in your present. Wow. And the companion stone is jet, like jet black. So it's jet stone. I love that. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. Let's see. We had some more people come in here. Let me grab you guys for the list here. And I had some more donations come in too. So we'll grab those. So let's start at the bottom. We got Blueberry. Hey, good to see you, Blueberry. Welcome, welcome. We'll get you on the free list here. Boom, boom. And we got Supriti, sorry. Good to see you. And we'll get you on the free list here as well. Boom, boom. All right. I am doing well. Thanks for asking. And Moonlight, you said you did not feel that before yesterday. Oh, okay. Very good. And Maria P, hello. We got you here for your free reading. And I imagine you are at least one of these PayPal that came in. So we will take a look there. And I think that is everyone else. Yep. So I got everyone else on the list here. Let me just check these PayPals. Yes, we got number one, number two for Maria, And 3, alright. So all 3 are from you. So we'll get you on here. Thank you for those. I'll get you on the the donation list here. Alright. So you'll be up here after we're gonna circle back for JoJo's number 3, and then we will hit Maria P's 3. Alright. So let's take a sip here. Cheers, cheers. We got some watermelon flavored water. Yum, yum. Supposed to be filled with a lot of good stuff for my liver and kidneys, which is good for an old man, you know? All right. Let me shuffle up here. All right. So, Jojo, you're up 156.26. Here are all 3 of your timestamps. Ooh, I know, right? It's got some stuff in it, some natural stuff, I think. All right, so Jojo, thank you for your donation. We'll give that a love and a like since it lets me. And got 4 limes. You're gonna have tequila shots or what? All right, let's take a look here. So, was there an extra reason McKay didn't want to do the tattoo, or just the one he shared? Okay. You drink Diet Pepsi? Oh. All right. So let's take a look here. Anything else in addition to what they shared? Reasons why. I feel like we got this. Ooh, it's below the surface. These and below the surface. Okay. So what we got here. So below on the bottom of the deck, we do have the 3 of Pentacles. This is a big creative energy here. Um, it's just I feel like and we'll find out the other reasons here, but I just feel like they had something to do with their being true to their authentic self and about what they wanna create and what they don't wanna create. I just feel like it's this and not to offend any artists and creative people out there, that's not meant for this at all. I know preparing everyone, right? It's, it's like, artistic people can be moody at times, right? That's why they create such beautiful things because they have such expansive emotional arrays, and I feel like a lot of it had to do with the mood they were in and the energy that they were in, and they were in this kind of like, "I wanna create something," um like, from my place, they were in this mood of not wanting to duplicate something, if that makes sense. I feel like they wanted to create something themselves below the surface, but I just feel like they were in a mood. In fact, like, if they're in a different mood later, um, then, um, like, in springtime, they would be like, "Yeah, I'll do it," you know? I just feel like there's this, you know, kind of I feel like they're in this mood of wanting to ignite their creativity, like someone going, "You know what? I want a tattoo that represents something like this. What idea do you have?" And they'd be like, "Oh, we could do this and this, and here, let me get a piece of paper and draw." And they were just feeling really constrained. And I feel like you hit them in an energy when they had a lot of people um, commenting or something on their thing is right. Yeah. Oh, interesting. You want him to create something for you. But we'll find out what else is here. So below the surface, I feel like you know, is all about the mood that they were in, and I feel like if you hit them again, that that their mood will change because it feels here with this 3 of Pentacles that I just feel like they were getting a lot of people nitpicking about their art and something, and they just were in this place of I'm tired of people just being unhappy with what I create. and that's why I feel like they were just kind of in this mood. But let's see what else they have here too. I feel like that's the underlying energy. Yeah, here's this expectations equal disappointment, and that's just confirms what I was just talking about. They have been feeling a lot of people feeling disappointed, and yeah, they want to be true to themselves. Here again, this magician, they want to create, um, but there's this um, again, it just has to do with the mood and energy that they were in. A lot of disappointment, a lot of this. Um, People not happy with the work, people are making, like, oh, and this makes sense with what you're saying and what's coming through because it's like people going, "Hey, I want you to create something for me," and then he doesn't, like, "Oh, well, can you just do something like this?" And they show him on the phone, like, they put their energy and effort in, and then people are just going, "Well, can't you just do this?" You know? And they're like, "I'm just tired of putting my creativity out there and people picking at it and rejecting it kind of energy." So, interesting. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, there is a lot below the surface. Got the moon energy. So there's a lot of emotion below the surface. Here's that creativity again. The Empress, the major arcana number 3, and we've got this Knight of Wands coming in here too. Lot of There is a lot of energy to wanna create below the surface. And there's something here about this fire horse. There's a lot of, fire energy, and, um, they do have a lot of work going on, it seems, because this Justice card below the surface is their mind just, um, "I'm too busy, I've got a lot going on, I need to balance out stuff, I just don't have the time right now." Is how their mind is trying to protect their heart from getting their feelings hurt again. Because I feel like someone and I feel like several people did that where they were like, "Oh, well, I don't like that," and they're like, "Oh, you know, you asked me to create something, not you, these other people asked me to create something and it wasn't good enough, for you evidently." And I feel like that's the kind of mood they were in, um but their mind is saying, "I'm too busy. I got a lot going on. I don't have the time right now." Let's see what this leads to here. Yeah, you got the Emperor, Aries energy. Here's that spring energy. I say try again in spring, like we talked about, right? Yeah, the Five of Swords, the conflict between their head and their heart will have worked itself out by then. Yep. And then they'll be more balanced with the Two of Pentacles. I love the little poodle that's coming in here. Yeah, yeah, and, um, as well as us, right? Because when we asked them to create something and they don't want to, we get to learn to handle that rejection from them, right? "Fine. Are you rejecting me?" It's like, "No." Right, as do you. That's funny, right? "Oh, what a wonderful mirror." Um, it'd be and that's the scary thing, right? If we go, "You know what? I want you just to create it, and I don't wanna see it, I just want you to do it, and then after it's done, it's done." And then they're like, "No, I need to know if you're gonna like it or not." But your fortune cookie is oh, wow. I like this, the bottom, "I am secure." Talks about finances. "I know that my finances or my worth will be taken care of even when I don't see how." So, I like that they're tying finances and worth because this it's about security, right? I am secure. So, everything happens for us, right? For a reason. So, hopefully that helps there, Jojo. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Cheers, cheers. thirsty today. Probably because it was well, no, it was actually yesterday, it was like 65, 70 degrees. Today, it was down in the 30s. It's like 40 degrees right now. Of course, it's 7 o'clock at night here, but, tomorrow it's supposed to get up to 77, another warm day. Gonna have to open all the windows again. You're welcome, my friend. Alright, so we'll continue here. Let's see where we're at. 206. Might not be able to get through all 3 of yours, Maria. We'll see. But at around 2.5 hours, I will step out of donations, and we will, complete as many free readings as I can within 30 minutes. And then I finish up any donations, and then I do go back to try to finish out the rest of the free readings as well. So, we will get to those if you guys need to hang out head out and come back later. Um, just know that I post a pinned comment after the session has ended, listing all the readings completed with timestamps because we're fancy here. All right. All right. So we'll jump back in here. Maria P., we're up for number 1 for you here. So here is for your first donation. And let's dive into your PayPal here. Squirrel, squirrel. All right. All right. Thank you so much, Nancy. My mom's birthday is tomorrow, so I'm gonna give her a call. My Pisces mama. All right. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Oh, no, that's like half the deck there. Let's try not to drop the cards. All right. Wally's thoughts and feelings. Okay. They did give you 2 for those thoughts and feelings. After your date yesterday and today. Okay. 1 card for that. When I told him I was staying late at work for a meeting. All right. What's coming for you guys tomorrow? What's coming for you at work? Dr. Laura Bob, thoughts on your work today. Dr. Laura, Dr. Bob. All right. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you. So, beforehand, of course, excuse me, we've got the Ace of Wands, which would be, very much passionate energy ignited here. Very excited about you guys' relationship. This 3 of Pentacles energy, I feel like they're really enjoying this being true to one's authentic self and this creativity. I feel like you guys are doing things more and more differently in a lot of different ways. We'll leave it at that. But there's this, I like this creativity energy, this expansion energy. And, but I feel it's very exciting. It's about creating together. So I feel like they're excited because I feel like they're in this safe zone of feeling like you guys are building a life, not just a relationship, but a life. So interesting. And then after your date yesterday and today, yep, the 2 of Pentacles, this beautiful balanced energy that's coming in here. And what else is this going on here? I feel like it's funny because, with this poodle, trying to balance, everything in life. They're like, I can't do this forever. I need to, commit to a ball. And not that they're not committed to you and they're committed to something else. I'm talking about like they're kind of juggling 2 lives in a way, not in a devious, suspicious way, but they're, trying to deal with all this stuff and get that done and then also begin this life. And it's like I can't do this forever. I'm gonna get exhausted and break my neck falling off, like the poodle. So it's like, very much this realizing that the life that I want to build is with you with this 3 of Pentacles, and that I need to start taking stuff off of this and put it over here. I'm just they're starting to really look at that kind of energy. When you told him you were staying late at work for a meeting, magician energy. I like this. This is a positive energy here. It's ambition, beginning, excitement, energy. I don't feel like there's anything negative about this. I just feel like they're in this kind of magical place where they're just like, all right, good for you that you're engaging in your work and it's exciting for you. And I don't feel like there was jealousy or suspicion or anything like that, if that's what you were wondering. What's coming for you guys tomorrow? Yep, the Knight of Pentacles. It's a slow day. And I feel like um, both of you it feels like a day that just takes forever to unfold. I just feel like both of your days are so full that it feels like, "Oh my god, is it only 10 AM?" I thought it would be like 3 by now, but there's so much it feels like tomorrow's energy is slow moving, which is good because it's like resting, being patient, letting things unfold kind of energy. What's coming for you at work? You got the Justice card, so definitely this balancing out energy that's coming in, seeing things from a higher perspective will definitely do you good tomorrow and cut away old mindsets, old thoughts, old beliefs, those rooted in fear and lower vibration. Try to see things from a higher perspective, from a different perspective at work tomorrow, or at work in general. Dr. Laura's thoughts on your work, the lovers, very, again, it felt like this partnership today. They felt, this is an important relationship. And so I feel like they were in a very loving mood today and a very partnership kind of energy, like everybody's our partner kind of energy. So I feel like they felt like very positive towards your work today. Dr. Bob's thoughts. He always has this energy of free of expectations, always all this possibility. They just they don't have expectations. It's not that they don't, you know, see what people do and are, glad about it or anything, but they just don't I don't feel like they feel like they usually divert to Dr. Laura, right? This is what we get a lot is they're like, that's her stuff. I get to be the fun parent in a way. It's funny. I'm the fun parent. You get to be the disciplinarian. I get to be the fun parent. So I don't look at what people are doing and not doing. I just get to enjoy people. I feel like that's Dr. Bob versus Dr. Laura. That's funny. All right. And let's see. So for this one, you'll get a Queen of the Moon Oracle. For the other two, you get one of these other ones. These are a little longer. Let's see what else Spirit wants you to know right now. And you've got resistance. Resistance. Let's see what we get here. Beautiful card. Card number 25. So familiarize yourself with how resistance manifests for you, the overt and the covert, the seen and the unseen. If you continue to have doors slammed in your face, turn around. There will normally be an open door. Procrastination is just another kind of fear. Move forward with confidence and persistence. Your affirmation is I flow through resistance and I am in control. So there are two kinds of resistance. The first type we encounter when we keep getting obstacles placed in our way and our way is blocked. For example, we try to get a particular job in a particular field, but no matter what we do, it doesn't happen. This is external or overt resistance. Covert resistance, which occurs when we say we really want to do or complete something, but feel resistance not to, is somewhat sneakier. All forms of procrastination fit in here, writer's block being a classic example. When we want to do something but get distracted and don't do it, or we just can't seem to engage our will enough, that is covert resistance, hidden resistance, right? When we want to get rid of a bad habit, an addiction, an old pattern, In fact, anything we're thinking of releasing for the dark moon and feel resistance in doing so, we have a big dose of covert resistance. We must battle the second kind of resistance like we would battle a crafty and terrible enemy. We must raise our shields and sharpen our swords and have a strategy to remove the resistance. In fact, we must flow through it. It's a battle we might have to fight more than once, but we will be resilient and vigilant and fight it we will. For when we win, and we will win, the rewards are great. Why do we resist the things we say we want? Sometimes we don't really want those things. Most times, though, we're frightened about what might happen if we do get what we've asked for. What will people think? Will we lose our friends and family if we rise? Will it all be for nothing if we try and fail? But we must be willful and we must have courage. We must repeat to ourselves, this is what I really want for me. Yes, I am worth it. And then we stand up straight, put on our crown of sovereignty of our own lives, and we go to battle. I love that. Companion stone is red jasper. So I love that for you, Maria. That is for your first one there. And I do believe we have time for at least one more. So we'll jump on to question number 2, or donation number 2, which is 21709. So here's for your number 2 there. Oops. Didn't put your @ sign in there. Where's that at? There it is. All right. Got it for the next time. So number 2, let's dive into that PayPal here. Whoops, I don't think I hit the right one. All right, let me try that again. There we go. I went up and down around it, but not into it. All right. So cheers. Let's take another sip and we'll dive in here. All right. So thank you again for your multiple donations. Update on the dark side. Okay. I mean, they will give you 2 for that. When I said, let's get our cottage, when I asked him yesterday, why me? Am I getting a promotion? Let's take a look here. Are you getting a promotion based on current energies? Of course. Will you be working with Dr. Bob soon most of the time? Based on current energies, does Dr. Bob think I'd be good fit for that new position? All right. So, updates on the dark side. Yep, I like it. Here you got the 4 of Wands, the 6 of Pentacles. It's a joyful energy, joyful celebration, this balance energy that's coming in here. And I feel like this is more an energy of not what's going on over in the dark side, but an update of what is going on inside of Wally regarding the dark side. The 6 of Pentacles is, this balancing out, this trying to, um, focus in on what is my future. What is it that I do want? And I like this because the 4 Wands is a marriage card. It is a joyful card. And the 6 of Pentacles is that equal give and take energy. And in regards to, I feel like they're focused in on that's the relationship that they want. Again, like that 2 of Pentacles, right? They're like, what do I want? And I know what I want, and I'm figuring out how to move stuff from that side of the scale to that side of the scale, which is the scale where you're at. How do I move all this stuff over here, away from the dragon, right? So very much this energy around that with the dark side. When you said, let's get the cottage. Yeah, the 3 of Swords. This is the expectations equal disappointment, right? So, we talk about that, right? When we're like, this is what we should do. This is where we should go, blah, 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 blah. When you're not focusing on the gratitude of what is going on, when you start to go, look, we could do this. This isn't something you've done yet. It makes it feel disappointing, right? Because they're like, oh, you know, I'm now in the hole. I'm not enough. You want more. I'm not enough. And so, being aware of that's kind of where they revert to on the inside is, when we talk about the future and the this and that, and this is what I want, expectations, expectations, expectations. We know that sucks the life out of a relationship. So just be aware of that, when you talk about it's okay to have a dream, going but asking them what they want, "What is your idea someday?" And they're like, "Yeah, yeah, that'd be cool to have that." But going back to, "But I'm so grateful," spending most of our time focusing on what we love about who they are being and who they have been, not like who I hope you'll be, kind of energy. Aim, let's see. Oh, why you? 3 of Cups. Yeah, and he was joyful here, this, energy of joy and celebration, um, because it's interesting because he thinks that question to himself as well, "Why me? Why are you choosing me? Would you want me?" Because I feel like he kind of feels sometimes that you're a little out of his league, because 'cause you're beautiful and, younger and all this kind of stuff, right? And he's just like, "Why me? You know, you're asking me why you? That's obvious, but why me?" Right? And so it kinda brought him some joy going, "Really? You really think that too? You kind of feel that insecurity too?" So it kind of made him, you know, realize, "Wow, I'm glad that, you feel that way too," not in a, it's a kind of low vibration or low self-esteem that we're taught growing up, right? But it's nice when you realize someone else is feeling insecure too. Um, and then will you be getting a promotion? The King of Swords. Yeah, this King of Swords energy, what is this about here? Will you be getting a promotion? Because this is a lot of mental energy. I mean, they not only roll over swords and communication, but a higher one here. I feel like there's a lot of clarity coming in, about to come in around promotions and around opportunities and different things as well, that it's almost like you're gonna have to choose. Like, well, you can do this or you can do this. And I feel like there is this kind of choice energy that's coming up. So I feel like they're saying, well, there is opportunities for a promotion coming up and it's you have to choose kind of energy. It's interesting. Let's see what this is here. Will you be working with Dr. Bob most of the time soon? Queen of Pentacles energy. This is abundance. This is victory. If that's what you're wanting, that can be one of your choices, it feels like here. Does Dr. Bob think you'll be a good fit for that position? I feel like they do, but I wonder here with this 5 of Pentacles, they are not sure if you feel you are up for it, because this is this fear of not being enough, of being abandoned, being left out in the cold and all of this, and I feel like they're, wondering if you feel you're up for it, because um, I feel like one of the things that they've seen from you is your growth in your self-worth and how you feel about your skills and what you're capable of. But I feel like this position, they're wondering if you feel you have what it takes. And that's the big question. All right. Let's see what your second fortune cookie brings in here. And this is the Dreamer's deck. So for this one, I'm happy right now. It says, I know that I do not need to wait for 5 p.m. on Friday to be happy. I am happy right now. So this is about gratitude. A big piece of all that is that reminder of if I put my happiness connected to a future state, that, a future I can be happy when da 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 da. I won't be happy then, because if I can't be happy now with what I have, I won't be happy then when I get to there, because there will always be something more. Okay, I have this. Well, now I need this. Okay, I got this. Now I need this. It's always going to be something. And if I can't be happy now, I'll never be happy. So it's a good indication. I mean, a good message there. Sorry, tried to do things at once. All right. So where are we at? We're at 225. So I've got Sean G in the house. Hey. And I did get your, I think I got, let me update here. I thought I saw, yeah, two came through. Boom, boom. So we'll put you down for two questions here. Um, but we are hitting 2.5 hours. Um, and so I'm going to hit some free readings first, about 30 minutes worth. And then I'll finish all the donations. And then I'll go back and finish the free readings as well. But before I do all that, I drink a lot of coffee and a lot of water. And so I'm going to spend 2.5 hours. I'm going to go run to the little gentlemen's facilities. I'll be right back and we'll jump into free reading. So don't go away. I'll be right back. All right. Thank you guys so much. Much better. I'll be able to focus and concentrate. Much better. All right. So for free readings, we've got Aditi and then Cherish, Minihil, Womb of the World. We got Bonita User. Got Dollface Diva, Plate of Spaghetti, Cat Mia, Musical Beer, Livia Vagata, Lily Cherry Blossom, Nancy, Priscilla, and then Faith and Love, Maria P, Supriti, and then Blueberry is where we're at now. So it's quite a list, as you can tell. And thank you guys again for all the thumbs up. It does tell me you're enjoying free readings. It does tell me you're enjoying these sessions, and it helps spread the Zen love. You're part of the love tsunami when you do that. So thank you for all of you that do that. Helps the algorithms on YouTube put my videos and sessions in front of more people. So I appreciate that. All right, so we'll get through as many as we can on here. I can guarantee we're not going to finish all of those in that period of time, but I will, after donations, I'll return back and finish as many as we can. All right. So Aditi, you're up 229.55 is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And where's your life going? Let's see. Based on current energy, what does Spirit want you to know? Once you get like a Wands energy, because that's all about the power of choice, right? But let's take a look here. Wow, you got the Wheel of Fortune and the Two of Cups. What's still a choice energy, The Two of Cups is you get to choose what emotion you feel, but do know with the Wheel of Fortune that everything that's unfolding before you is for you. It's the tune of for you. And with that Two of Cups, it is a focus here on emotional choice. And I like this kind of um, ownership energy that's coming in with this, that you can trust that life is always unfolding for your highest experience, and that no matter what happens in the outside world, you get to choose what it means to you, our story, but you get to choose how you feel about it. And that sets us free from a lot of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be in traps. Because if we feel like when this happens, has to mean this, I have to feel this, this is the physical actions I have to take, and this is the energy I have to invest in it, then we're like a puppet on strings, all the puppets, right? That happens in the outside world. Oh, this is how I have to think, this is how I have to feel. We're not being free. And when we realize, and that's why we fear the future, that's why we are so concerned about the future, is because we feel I need to know what's happening next because that's going to tell me how I'm going to feel in life. But when you realize with this Two of Cups that I get to choose how I feel about anything, theoretically, I could choose to feel happy about everything that happens the rest of my life. And I'm going to have a very freaking happy life, right? um, but if I leave that up to old habits and reactions based on what I've been told in life, then I'm going to live a life that's not mine. I'm gonna be living a life that I've been told I'm supposed to feel, and when it's just an opinion and you get to choose. So I feel like this is very important, and I feel like rather than them telling you, "Where's your life going?" They're like, "It doesn't matter." What matters is that the awareness that you get to choose how you're gonna feel in every moment, and you always have. I know it feels like, "No, because when they did this, I felt this." It's like that was our reaction. Way, way back when we were growing up, especially emotionally, 7 years old and younger, when, we were taught, "No, this is how you have to feel about this," then you took it on as your own opinion, and you was reinforced enough that it became your reaction, and, uh, and so now it just automatically happens. But when we start to question our emotions, is this how I wanna feel in the moment? No, I can choose different if I want to. So it's really about what's where's your life going? It's stepping into this place of emotional choice power, where you're learning a lot about, "I get to choose how I feel about everything." And that's what's unfolding here for you. So a lot of that energy of things unfolding and going on is to help you on that adventure. I know it sounds ominous, but it's gonna be for you, so just trust that. Alright, so that's what they have for you, my dear Aditi, so many blessings to you. Hey, Black, is that Black Buoyant? Good to see you. Hello, hello. Alright, Cherish, you are up to 3413. So here's your timestamp. And any messages from her higher self, please? Alright, let's take a look here. Good to see you. Let's see here. What messages from her higher self? All right. So, I like this. You have the Hanged Man here, and you have the Magician, 2 major arcana that are here. The Hanged Man is about cocooning and transformation and seeing things from a different perspective. And the Magician is this powerful energy about that you have everything that you need within you to make your dreams come true. You don't need anything from the outside world. It's like the caterpillar going into the cocoon. The butterfly was always inside them all along. They just didn't realize it was there till they took the action of transformation, built the cocoon, let pieces of themselves fall away, and they were able to see who they really are and the power that they have. A caterpillar would never think, "What? I can fly like a bird with this big body? What are you talking about?" You know? And that someday you're not gonna want to eat leaves. You're gonna want to seek nectar from blossoms. You're crazy, right? But this caterpillar, and once they realize who they really are and this ignites this energy that, within them, they're able to let it fall away. That which does not serve them anymore, that which is not truly themselves. And in stepping into this power, you realize that, and you um, are able to do the things. It's a struggle, it's a change to question and let these things go, but there's this big transformation that comes in. The magician, they have the infinity symbol up here, which represents our higher self, and usually they have like the wand head pointed to the heavens and one hand pointed to the earth, which is like we become a conduit for our higher self, the butterfly of ourself, right? And that it comes through and we're able to express that in our own unique, special way to the world. So I feel like this message from their higher self is they're encouraging you to build that cocoon, to burn away and let that which is not you fall away and realize you're so much more than this character you've been playing, that you're a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love. And you've got everything you need inside of you. The magician has the ace of swords, the ace of cups, the pentacle, ace of pentacles, and the ace of wands, meaning I've got all the mind that I need. I've got all the heart that I need. I've got all the physical things I need. I've got all the passion and energy I need all inside of me already. I don't need anything from the outside world. And there's this energy of taking action that's coming in with the magician. Do what you can and then leave the rest up to spirit and the upper world. You can ask for things that you don't have any way of doing anything about. But the things you can do, take action knowing that you have more ability. You're more powerful than you've ever been taught to believe. And I feel like that's the message from their higher self to you. They believe in you. All right. So that's what they have for you. Cherish. Many blessings. Hey, Black Point. Yeah, just put out your question. And if you want to it prioritized, once I'm finishing up some free readings here. Um, if you want to be on that list, you can make a donation. All that information's down in the description area. Um, or if you want a free reading, just put out your question. I'll put you on the list. And I won't get to it in this first little 30 minutes. I'll go and finish donations and I'll eventually get to it. But that's kind of how it works. But all that's down in the description area if you want to catch up. All right, Miniheel 23834 for you. There is your time stamp and general career reading. What's going to be your profession and like what career should you work on? All right, we'll take a look here. Of course, when we're looking at, spirit, when we ask them shoulds, they're like, we don't understand your question because it's like asking them, what ice cream should I eat? And they're like, well, what flavor are you wanting to try? There's all these 150 different ice creams you can try. What are you hungry for? What is the flavor that, brings joy to your heart and your taste buds, right? So really when we ask spirit, what do you recommend, for taste, right? That's different, right? And because there's no supposed to, like career that you're supposed to do or should do. There's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. So we'll take a look here, just find out what guidance do they have you regarding career that can help you understand what flavor of career would you enjoy. Let's take a look. So you've got the Seven of Swords and the Nine of Pentacles. So the Seven of Swords is, the first thing is get out of your head around the supposed to be, should be, need to be, because these are the thoughts and beliefs that have stolen opportunities of joy for you here. You got the Nine of Pentacles, which is about stepping away, being independent, and you can connect with spirit. This is what they're doing. they're usually in a garden with spirit, which is the bird or the winged animal that's usually in the garden with them. And this is step away from all of this. Get out of your head and, try not to think about supposed to be or should or need to be or have to be, and ask yourself, how do I uniquely want to share this love in my heart with the world in my own special, unique, and separate way? Not doing what everyone is telling me I should do or supposed to do or blah, blah, blah. That's the thief of the mind, but it's the heart, connecting with your heart. Stepping away is important for you. And I feel like this is the advice they give you is, you know, don't worry about should. Should is rooted in fear of failure. What if I don't do what I'm supposed to do? And they're like, there is no supposed to do. Again, it's like, oh, you're supposed to have vanilla ice cream. That's what everyone is supposed to have. That's supposed to be everyone's favorite. And you're like, boring, German chocolate ice cream or Rocky Road or, you know, I don't know, blueberry muffin. That's there's this one blueberry muffin that's really good. But it's like, oh, and what I'm not sure what I want. Well, then you go to a taste test. You start looking into things and find out where your heart gets excited. Where's your passion drawing you? Where's your heart drawing you? Where's your excitement drawing you? Right? And so that is what they would have for advice for you, that there is no should, in that it's all about um, choosing something that makes you excited about life to where you're not existing, trying to achieve some expectations, but you're living. So that is what they have for you, Mini Heal. So many blessings to you. All right. Womb of the world. You are up 242.20. There we go. And for your reading, I have an important driving exam in a few days. Are there any aspects to keep in mind? Oh, great question. Let's take a look here. Sorry, I get something in my eye. Keep things out of your eye while you're driving. All right, let's see here. What do you need to know? Yeah, the Ace of Cups and the Page of Wands. Yeah, it's aspects to keep in mind is that what you make on the driving test doesn't define you. This Ace of Cups is telling you realize that you are priceless. You were before you were here. You will be after this human character is absorbed back into your higher self. That you are the Ace of Cups. You are a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being. You're made of unconditional love. You are unconditional love. That a driving test means nothing. The outcome doesn't define you, it just is. So it's important because if we fear what the, results of the driving exam are, then we're gonna go out of our minds and we're gonna be like a little 2-year-old and its pet hissing cat taking a driving exam, and that doesn't fare well, right? So when you step into, "It doesn't matter, this result doesn't matter, I'm gonna do my best, but it doesn't define me." I feel like that's an important, energy to know there. And then you have the Page of Wands, which is teaching you whatever you focus on is what you draw to you. So if we're like, "Oh god, I'm afraid I'm not gonna do that," or what if this, and I need to do this, that energy is lack energy and it draws in stuff that matches that energy. So instead, think of what you're grateful for in moments, what you're and loving about life, and then that draws in more things to be grateful for. So as you're going into this, it's releasing the definition of your worth you're putting on of this exam about you, and realize, yeah, it's just an exam, it's an opinion. And if, worst case scenario is, well, if I don't pass it, I'll just take it another time and I'll know what to study and it'll be fine. But what will people think? Pff, people are going to think all sorts of crap all the time anyway. Who cares? What matters is what you think about you and realizing you're perfect already. This is just an adventure that's unfolding, right? So I feel like that's the aspects to keep in mind with this. It's not so much it's doing the study, doing the due diligence of preparing, but when you're in this place of love and gratitude, you'll remember everything you studied. If you're in fear, you're gonna go like, "Oh my god." And if you do feel that, just take some breath, come back and go, "Hey, spirit, it's me. You remember what I studied? Can you bring that back to me?" And they will. So I feel like that's the important energy around this for you. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. Then we have Bonita 2:45 at 36. So Bonita, here's your timestamp. And will you be able to find something stable to help you bring in more income? All right. So based on current energies, will you be able to? And anything else that you need to know? I know this one too. Yep, you have the Fool card, which is the beginning of a new adventure, and you do have the Wheel of Fortune underneath that. So, which would be a yes, that you are able to find something stable to help you bring in more income. The Wheel of Fortune tells you that. But the Fool card is telling you it's about not limiting yourself with how and what, and even when. It's the Fool card is the 0, it's the first card in the major arcana, which is letting go of all the supposed to be and should be and need to be, all that, limitations, because the Fool card is the world of possibilities. It's Uranus, Aquarius energy, which is the old ways don't work, brand new, fun, exciting, different. And if we're like, no, it has to be this way, it's going to take a long time for it to be this way and this timing, blah, 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 because you have all this opportunity here and all this opportunity and possibility there, that if you let the expectations go and just say, Creator, this is what I would like. I would like to find something stable to help me bring in more income, or I would just like more income to come in. Um, Ideas, show me the way. And when you do that and you follow that instinct, you follow that draw, you'll find things. And sometimes, especially when we don't limit the creator, let's say there's like a coupon that saves you 50% off groceries. What? That saved you money, which brought you money in a way you didn't think it would. You think, "Oh, it has to be another job where or an opportunity where money comes in this." Instead, it's someone offering you somewhere to live for free, or, it can come in a variety of ways if we open up and leave the possibilities. We leave the how to the creator. The what and the why is you. The when and the how is creator and spirit. And when you do that, then you do get this beautiful bounty come in. But if you try to control it, it has to fit in here, it takes a long time, right? So hopefully that helps, Benita. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. Then we have Dollface Diva up next here, 24822. So Diva, here's yours. General for you. All right. Let's see, what does Spirit want you to know right now? I'm doing this one and this one. And you've got the 5 of Pentacles and the Death card. Yeah. So there is this significant kind of opportunity to learn about abundance and sustenance in a way. Because the 5 of Pentacles is a card that talks about the fear of lack, of not being enough, not having enough, being left behind, being left out in the cold, abandoned, all that wonderful stuff we experience as children. And but this is this ending. The Death card is, it's a time for an ending and a new beginning, a death and a rebirth. And the 5 of Pentacles, the 5 is that change where we realize it's not humans that bring us our sustenance in each moment. It is the universe, source. Endless resources of source are what bring us what we need in each moment. And even more, they don't just bring us bread and water. They're the ones that have brought us everything in our life. And sometimes they do send it through humans. But when we depend on humans, that they are the ones that are going to bring me everything, that's where we get scared of lack, because humans, all of us, have little inner children that when they feel unsafe and out of control, they freak out and they go into this survival mode, which means I need all of this stuff for me. You don't get any, which is where we experience abandonment from humans. When we're like, oh, you're supposed to bring me this. And oh, no, you're not. Oh, you suddenly pulled everything back. And that's why we're scared of being abandoned, being left out in the cold, not having enough because we think we're supposed to depend on these unstable humans. But when we can put our faith and our trust in the creator that we've always had everything that we've needed in every moment, or we'd be dead right now and more. We just didn't have just enough. We've always had above and beyond, right? That we can trust the creator. And I feel like that's what's coming in here for you is you're realizing, yeah, I don't need to depend on humans. Yeah, they're usually going to be the delivery company quite often of how things come to us. But after we thank them, thank you, we can go, thank you so much that you brought me this. And the more we're grateful for what has been brought into our life, not focusing on lack, not focusing on fear of not having enough, because our energy will push stuff away and make it harder for stuff to come to us when we're focusing on lack. When we're focusing on gratitude for what we have and have had, it opens, it's like it brings in the tide toward us instead of tide pushing things away. So that is what they have for you, Diva. Many blessings to you. All right, take a quick sip here. All right. And then we have plate of spaghettios. Hello, hello. Here is your timestamp. So why is William suddenly so silent with you? Should you just walk the fuck away from him? Tired of having these unrequited feelings when they're obviously not going anywhere. All right, let's take a look here. Why have they gone silent with you? And if you do walk away, what kind of energy or advice do they have for you there? So why is William so silent? Yeah, he's a big thinker. He's thinking about what he wants from relationships. The Justice card is Libra energy, which rules over the house of relationships. And this giant Ace of Swords back here is helping him understand and they're trying to clarify what is it that I want, what I don't want. And they're really into this overthinking, kind of mode into their brain energy. And there is a lot of this, overstack of they feel like there's a lot of expectations in a relationship. They feel like they don't, they're not going to be able to live up to all these expectations. And whenever they fear they're going to fail, they will bail. I made a little rhyme. Um, what about where you're coming from here? We have the Knight of Wands, which is the quest of stepping into your power and realizing with your energy here, you know, in one, it's like, should you walk away? The fire horse is like, run. but, but in a, they jest and they're going like, well, the whole thing is if everybody is a reflection of our own love, right? In some way, somehow, everyone's a mirror. And so when we take a step back and we ask ourselves, like you're going, why do I keep having these unrequited, not returned feelings when they're obviously um, just that in itself? Why do I keep ending up with people that don't give back the emotion? And that is one question that we can ask ourselves is, how am I doing that to myself? How am I not giving myself the love that I deserve? And because the outside world will continue to show me. I know, and trust me, I had 5 longest term relationships where they all were pointing back to me what I wanted to learn about myself until I saw it. Like, why do they keep cheating on me? Oh, because I'm cheating on myself with them. Instead of looking for my self-worth here, I was looking for my self-worth out there. It's cheating on myself. Why did I choose someone that was trying to who I felt was trying to fit me in between the important things in their life? Oh, how was I trying to fit myself in between the important things out there instead of making myself important? Wow, I know, right? Why did I end up with someone that was using me for money? Oh, how was I using money for my worth instead of finding my worth in here? So there's a lot of that we learn through the relationships that we choose and draw into our life. And we draw them in on purpose for a purpose so that these beautiful, I call them my teachers now, because they definitely showed me what I wanted to see about myself until I saw it. So when I blame out here, I realized 3 fingers were pointing back at me. I'm like, "Busted," but we can continue. I was not the sharpest tool in the shed. It took me 5 longest term relationships to go, "Aha, I see now what, is going on here." But we can take a step back and go, "What why have I chosen these individuals? What did I want them to show me about me? And what can I see about me? What gift is in this for me here?" And, so there's all sorts of reasons why humans do what they do, why William's not doing it, why these other people didn't weren't reciprocating and whatever. They were going through their own journeys. You have no idea what mirror you were reflecting back to them. They're like, "Bah, I don't wanna see this about myself." And you're like, you can't help what people see when they look in you as a mirror, just like they can't help what you see when you look in there. But this is for you to learn and to be able to transform. It's part of your quest of stepping into your power, realizing, oh, I draw everything into my life for me. Why the hell did I invite them in? So hopefully that helps. If you walk away from them, you're just the monkey's on your shoulder, right? They're just gonna follow you till the next relationship and the next one, the next one. Maybe it's time to pause, let them be and do whatever, but spend the time looking at you and go, "What did I wanna learn from this about myself?" Right? So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings. All right, Cat Mia, you're up. Meow meow. I think this will be the last free reading for this 30 minutes because I'm hitting 30 minutes here in a moment. And then I will come back and finish out more free readings in a moment. Well, after I finish any donations that I have. All right. So, Cat Mia, what is YW going to do in that C account? Is she going to make up a brand or what? All right. Let's take a look here. Based on their current energies, what is coming in here? Nope, not all those. Let's try that again. Makeup brand or what? Let's see here. Is it going to be a makeup brand? I don't think it's going to be a makeup brand. We got the strength card here. Leo energy. It does feel like something about being seen and putting themselves out in front of other people, but I don't feel like it's so much a makeup brand. Because we got the Queen of Pentacles with it, which is about mother nature, mother nurture, taking care of oneself. So it feels like it maybe won't be like makeup, but it can be like um moisturizing or um you know health. It feels like how to nurture oneself, not like how to make oneself just, beautiful through makeup, but through like health kind of things. It feels like that they're more geared toward doing, whether it's some sort of supplements, creams, hair stuff to help hair. It's more that kind of energy than it is makeup. So I feel like that's what they're going to be looking at there. Right. So that's what they have you. Cat meow meow meow. Enjoy. So many blessings to you. All right. So that's my 30 minutes of free readings. Like I said, I'll finish donations, then I'll return back. Let me just add more people to the list here, and we will get everything updated and jump back in. Nancy. Nope, didn't miss you. For the free readings, I have a couple more I'll add on here, but the ones that still have left to do, Musical Beer, Olivier Bagata, Lily Cherry Blossom, and then you, Nancy, and then Priscilla, Faith and Love, Maria P, Sapriti, and Blueberry. And then we did have Black Buoyant. Thank you. I see your question. We get you added on the list there. And Teshi Singh. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the list here too. So those are on the free readings. And then, yeah, absolutely. Someday I'll figure out some way where it shows on there. Yeah, Lily Cherry Blossom, if you were just listening, once I return back, you're like number 3 up on there. I have you on the list already. Um, but yeah, someday I'll figure out some way. Maybe I'll have like a big monitor that has my list. Maybe I can do that. Yeah, we can brainstorm uh, to where everyone can see where we're at and where people are at on the list live. Well, that'll be fancy. We'll have to see. All right. So, and then Sean G, thank you so much. I think I did get, let's see here if it'll update. Oh, there it goes. It updated. Yeah. So I do have Sri for you. We'll put those up there. So for donations, I have one last one for Maria P, and then 3 for Sean G. Got all the E's. And then I think that's it for donations that I'm having right now. And then I'll return back and we'll finish up free readings. And if any donations come in, those always get priority. So I step out, complete those, and jump back. So after each session, I do pin a comment on the stream listing all the readings completed with timestamps too. So if you ever have to go away and come back later after the stream is over, you can just look for that pinned comment, expand it, look for your name, click on that timestamp. Boom, right to your reading. Easy breezy, right? All right, so let me take a sip here and we'll dive back into the donations and we'll continue. Thank you guys for your patience in getting to your readings. I know sometimes takes a while. We've been on for 3 hours. My max has been 7 hours and like 7 minutes. So it's not too bad tonight for you guys. Anyway, cheers, cheers. All right. I know, 7 hours. What? All right. So Maria P, you're up 302.56. So thank you again for your multiple donations. Move that there. All right. So, and this one is your PayPal. So let's dive in here. All right. So let's take a look here. So, will Dr. Laura be happy about you if you get that new position? All right, let's take a look here. And then what's coming for you at work this month? Will Wally do any moves of leaving the dark side soon? Anything you need to know about Wally? And then David's thoughts on your work, and then Robin's thoughts on your work. Wow, all right. she's a little feisty one, all these cards. All right. Oh, thank you, Nancy. I appreciate that. You're so sweet. That means a lot. Thank you. All right. So first of all, is Dr. Laura, would she be happy if you went to this new position? Yeah, the 10 of Cups. Joy, joy, joy. Maybe a little too happy. No, I'm just kidding. Why are you so happy that I'm not I'm moving out from underneath you? But she would be happy for you. She likes helping people grow and seeing them expand and all that. So she would be happy for you. 10 of Cups. I love that. What's coming? Yeah, what's coming for you at work this month? Yeah, I got the Page of Pentacles. We've been getting this energy about abundance and new opportunities and everything. So definitely there is this moving up in the physical world. So we've been talking about promotion and new opportunity for a long time. It just feels like it's been slow coming, even though they're like, yeah, it's there. But from spirit's perspective, there is no time or space. So in the um, time of eternity, uh, like 5 years is a drop in the is gone, right? So, it just know that it's been coming and what we can do, how do we draw in more positive things in our life to be grateful for? Be grateful for what we do have, right? The more gratitude we have with what we have in the moment, it just brings more in, right? So, I love that. Will Wally do any moves to leaving the dark side soon? Ooh, mysterious. Yeah, the moon, new moon energy. So, there is actions and there is movement that's happening here. In fact, there might be something big coming up for this Pisces new moon coming up on the 18th. So, I feel like you know, there's things that they can do that they have to put into place. It's like you can't just move a house. You have to, you know, move things out of the house. You've got to dismantle the gas and the pipes and the electricity. You can't just take a house, if you see those houses that get moved down the street and these huge things and they're moving it somewhere else. You can't just rip it off the foundation and go. There has to be a lot of preparation or everything falls apart and explodes, right? So just know that there are steps in the phases. Everything is happening in perfect timing, perfect order, even if it's not your timing and your order. That's funny. Anything you need to know about Wally? Yep, the Four of Cups. That they are a reflection of your self love and that they are part of your adventure of learning, and that, you know, they're not going to make you happy. Maria, wake up. Because no one outside of you can make you happy. The thing to know about Wally, and I feel like this is a big learning experience, is that um, no one can love you more than you love yourself. We talk about that, right? And you can't love someone else more than you love yourself. If you love yourself this much, no matter how much love you pour out, drip, drip, and no matter how much love they want to give you, drip, drip, the more you expand your self love, the more the conduit to give and receive love to everyone in the outside world opens up. And I feel like this is because the Four of Cups becomes stagnant and stable love energy, but it's realizing part of what we realize in relationships is if I'm looking for love, looking for them to be the love of my life, they're going to disappoint us because we're the love of the life we're looking for. And as that chalice, this up in the tree, see, these are the relationships of the outside world, relationships with people, with jobs, with money and things. This is the Ace of Cups. This is our self love. We're not even aware it's there. But when we find it, then our whole world outside of us changes. The world changes from a place that falls short because we're looking at it to fill us up. When we're filling up from the inside, then the world becomes above and beyond extra. And the world transforms from a place of lack to a place of abundance. So that's the important thing to know about Wally. David's thoughts on your work, the King of Wands. You have a lot of opportunity. You could really apply yourself. And um, I I mean, really, this is that you have so much ability. Um, and I feel like David's opinion, because that's what their thoughts are, opinion, is that you could do so much more, but you haven't decided you wanna do that yet. And I feel like that's their opinion is they're like, "Yeah, you have so much potential, but you haven't, like, applied yourself to your fullest potential, and you have so much room for growth and so much opportunity ahead of you." It's a positive energy. Robin's thoughts on your work, the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, this is a little bit of, you're on this journey of, uh, finding your self-worth, feeling like you're good enough. I feel like their thoughts on your work is like you doubt yourself. And and they kind of feel like you might be a little insecure. This is their thoughts and opinion. Again, realize that everyone's mirror shows them a lot about themselves. So when we are wondering what other people think of us, it's not going to be a whole lot about us. It's going to be more about them, right? But they also feel like the Knight of Pentacles is like slow moving. Not that you're slow moving, but that you like to learn things slow and methodical. You don't like to rush. Once you get it, then get out of your way, but you like to take time and make sure, but there's some they feel it's out of fear and insecurity that you go slow on things in the beginning, and then it's like you like a solid foundation. Everyone learns differently. It's like once I get something, get out of my way, but I also am a methodical learner. I want to learn things first. Don't rush me. I want to try it myself. And then once I get it, then I will catch up and bypass everyone else. Some people will jump right in and be able to make progress. And I'm like, I'm still learning, and then and pass them by, right? And that's kind of, I feel like, what Robin kind of looks at you in a way. So hopefully that helps. And then your fortune cookie is going to come from the Dreamers deck here. And you have, I am more than my career. I know that my purpose is far greater than just working and paying bills. There you go. You're so much more than just that, your career there. What is it that you want to create in life, right? How do you uniquely want to share this love in your heart with the world? So I love that. How perfect. All right. So that's what they have for you, Maria. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your multiple donations. All right. So I have a few more for the free readings here. We've got Explainer Life. Hey, Minu. So let's get you onto the free list. And then also Miley. Hello, hello. Good to see you as well. I'll get you on the list here. All right. Just finishing up donations now. Well, got 3 here. And if no others come in after that, we will be headed back to free readings here. All right. Sean G, you're up. 31248. Here is your first time stamp. Thank you for your donations via Zcash app. I do believe, yeah, all of your questions are in the chat here. So, hey, I didn't do my hey. So, yeah, happy belated birthday. So glad that you had another wonderful rotation around the sun. Cheers and many blessings to many more. And may this year around the sun be full of more unconditional love and joy and laughter and abundance than you can almost not stand. Cheers to you. All right. So, any advice on this new chapter in your life? Let's see what Spirit has to say here. Boom, boom, boom. And then anything you can look forward to and need to know. Let's take a look here. And we'll do this. All right. Well, I feel like this next year is going to be a very wonderful year for you. Hitting the targets, the wheel of fortune, or the twilight zone, whichever way you want to look at it. That's the old twilight zone, the black and white one with the swirling, twirling in it. But let's take a look here. So, what advice on this chapter of your life? You have the Ace of Swords. Yeah, big, beautiful energy of clarity. See things from higher perspective. Seek to do things differently. Learn, 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 grow, grow, grow as much as you can. Don't limit yourself and stay in a box. You don't like staying in a box for very long anyway. So, but they're like continue to grow and expand, see things from a different perspective. I feel like this next year, cutting away expectations with the Ace of Swords, it's like a gift. It's a double-edged sword. You can see things from a higher perspective, but you can also cut away the supposed to, should, need to, have to, must, all that opinion, because that's what limits us. That's what boxes us in. That's what traps our heart. and escaping and questioning a lot of your beliefs of should, anything that sounds like should, supposed to be, must be, has to be, oughta, all of that, it feels like you're behind, right? We talk about this, I know a lot, but this is something you can do. Advice: cut more and more expectations away. Then you live from your heart with abundance instead of from your mind with lack. Second thing, the Queen of Pentacles, the Lover's card. I love it. So I feel like here, the Queen of Pentacles is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. Become your own lover, become your own love of your life, and then you'll find someone that can mirror that back to you, period. I was like, is there something else? Or like, period. I feel like they're like, we're not gonna beat a dead horse. I feel like they know your self-love is what's reflected to the outside world, your mirrors. So the more love that you become your own love of yourself, because 'cause you're the love of your life you're looking for. And when you look out here and it's falling short, it's, "Oh, because they can't live up to this. Once I find this, then I'm full and overflowing." They just become above and beyond extra, and you can find someone that mirrors back the self-love. Because if we're not focusing on our self-love, we're gonna find people who aren't don't love themselves, and if they don't have love for themselves, they can't give love to others. So it's like, oh, right? So that's how we find the love of our lives in physical form, is we find the love of our life internally first, and then we can find and we draw in that, because our love energy is higher, we draw in that love, right? So that's for number 1. I mean, that's for number 2 there. Third piece of advice, the 6 of swords, the 7 of swords. Kinda like the ace of swords, I feel like they're just kinda doubling down, because 'cause they're like, you gotta get out of your head from those thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that deceive you and that keep stealing opportunities and things out of your life. With the 6 of swords, the more you leave old ways of thinking behind, that brings movement in your life, because once mindset changes here, then it activates and eventually changes out there. But if we don't make changes on the inside, we can't expect the changes in the outside to happen, because our world doesn't change from the outside in, our world changes from the inside out. Ooh, boom, boom. Okay. And then anything you can look forward to based on current energies, anything you need to know. And you've got a lot of you have this quest of finding your power and stepping into your power, and a lot of this comes with your power of story. And I feel like this is twofold. One is the internal, realizing that you get to choose what everything means, and to question why you're thinking something means something. And that's an important thing. You already kind of covered a lot of that already with all the swords energy. But I feel like there's something about the power of the story that you present to the world through your art. And I feel like there is something here about the passion that's created around sharing your story around an art piece. Let's say, like, the Empress. Is it the Empress or the High Priestess? It's one of those, and I know that's one of yours. I always get the Empress with you for creativity. But is that the name of this art piece of art you're creating, or is it the High Priestess? Or maybe there's 2 that you're gonna create, but it's the story behind it. It's like when you share, even if it's a little video of, like, this is how she came to be. It started off with this, and it formed into this, and this means this. It's the sharing of the passion behind the creation that makes everyone just crazy about things. And I feel like this next year, it is about creating and sharing the passion of why you love what you do in different ways. So I like that. What else? Yep, you got the 4 of swords. Yeah, getting out of your head brings a lot of new possibilities. So they're saying here, all this swords energy, this is your challenger, right? The one that it saved us and it helped us so much, but so much of its construct that restricts you to try to have you stay safe doesn't need to be there anymore because you are very well able to take care of yourself now. You know, the old stuff, the old protection before, it was needed when you were a child, but now you're like, whatever, I just like, I got huge attitude, capital T tude, you know, what did you wanna do what? They're like, "Oh god." You're like, "That's right. You're about to die." So, I feel like there is this letting go of a lot of these mindsets. You got all this tons of mental energy to let go of, right? Yeah. And you have the page of wands. You do have this, importance of realizing, and I feel like whatever reminders, whatever you can do to create around you to remember, what am I focusing on? Because whatever I'm focusing right now, I'm drawing in to my life. And I feel like this next year is a very auspicious year for you in that whatever you're focusing on comes in big, extra big and faster. And so if you're focusing on lack, whoa, if you're focusing on gratitude and abundance, whoa, right? So I feel like whatever you need to do, a tattoo, reminders, screensavers, sticky notes, time like alarms on your phone. What am I thinking? What am I focusing on? What am I focusing on? Making gratitude and joy and higher vibration your priority because it's going to bring it in. And you find yourself getting into the, it's like, oh, I don't, do I want more? Nope, I had enough of, I want, yay, kind of energy. So I love that for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie for your first one. For the first one, we do the Queen of the Moon Oracle, and for the other ones, we do the Dreamers deck. So we'll see those here in a sec. All right. So you have peace, 28. Yeah. Beautiful. Peaceful next year of your life. Let's take a look. See what we got here. Peace of mind. That was the Four of Swords. Look at that. Peace of mind is one of the greatest gifts we can give ourselves. And that is the troublemaker, right? That's all those thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. Refuse drama and do not freely engage with people who use drama as a weapon. Stop fighting. Allow yourself to rest for a while. When we let what we no longer need go, we make room for peace. Your affirmation, I choose to create and hold peace. I allow this to ripple out into my world. Says we are an anxious bunch, us modern folk. We are constantly stimulated or not stimulated enough. We find it hard to sleep. Insomnia is at record levels in the Western world. And for some, we self medicate with food, devices, drama, and work. We seek peace, but we don't know how to go about it particularly well. Peace can begin with a series of decisions we make. For example, we can decide we can't control everything. Shock, it says, exclamation. What? We can't control everything? The ancient Greek Stoics had a great strategy here, advising a split of your issues into I can control this and I have no control over this. Think about the most pressing and worrying issues you have right now, or the situations that are giving you the most sleepless nights. Then break them down into pieces and place them under the correct heading. Be honest and discerning. What you will find is that most of your situations or issues are under the second ending. I have no control over this. The Stoics advised that the things listed there deserve no more of your attention because they're actually out of your control. Wow. However, the things under I can control this are important, and you must action these to the best of your ability. These are those things you will influence and where you will glean the most change. While this seems a simple system, I promise you it will give you far less to worry about and instantly more peace. We can be more focused and mindful about what we are doing in real time. Again, the wands, right? Focusing in on what that ace of wands energy, that page of wands, that what am I focusing on right now? We can place ourselves deliberately in sessions in quiet, beautiful, and peaceful environments. We can learn what for us brings our body rest and peace. We can choose to not do the head miles of worry. Worry is, after all, chewing gum for the mind. Not really nutritious in any way, but something to do. When we let go of what we no longer really need, peace floods in, taking up this old space and healing it. I love it. Companion stone, amethyst. So if you want to use some amethyst to help clear the mind, I love that. So that's your next and this is your next rotation around the sun. So that's number 1 for you there, Sean. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Hey, sorry. I was all into the reading. I didn't even scroll down. Oh, I love that. High priestess, okay. Yep, so there we go, Sean. Boom, boom, boom. I love it. So excited. All right. So, number 2 reading, 32647 here. Let's see what else we have here. Okay, that's for number 2, and what was here? So here it is. What will your finances be for the rest of the month, and any advice? All right, we'll take a look here. Cheers, cheers. All right. Oh, ready, 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 ready. So finances for the rest of the month. All right. And advice. Sorry. I know when I laugh, that's not very fair. People are like, oh God, what is coming up? I know, right? At least it's not a evil laugh. But it's because the bottom of the deck is the 9 of swords. We just got finished talking about all the swords, right? Nightmare and insomnia. What are we fearing? What are we fearing? What are we fearing? Right. And we'll see what comes in here. But underneath the surface, it is, you know, it's the advice that flows below the reading, which is the bottom card on the bottom of the deck. I don't know if I really explained that a whole lot, but that's the kind of energy. It's what's the flow? And it is, I'm getting tired of trying to live up to expectations, um, supposed to be's and should be's and all that. That's the 9. It's like I'm almost exhausted because the 10 of swords is someone that's usually it's someone flat down with a sword stuck in their back. They're not dead, they're exhausted, trying to live up to all these expectations. And this 9 of swords is like, oh God, you can even see it's like, oh, I'm just so tired of trying to live up to this stuff. I'm having nightmares or I'm dreaming and I'm or having trouble sleeping. I wake up in the night thinking about things I have to do. And, you know, this is about releasing and the 9 being the hermit energy is something that you get to do to release this. When we focus in on, am I afraid I'm not going to have enough? That's the fear energy of the 9 of swords. How much do I feel I need and why do I believe that? And what story am I putting around finances? It helps because when we are concerned about finances, then we draw in concerning things around finances. That's interesting. That's totally from spirit, right? As is all the readings, I must say. I learned a lot. I have to admit, I'm like, oh wow, I need to write that down. But when I focus in on gratitude for what I do have and have had in that gratitude energy, then we talk about that. That's what draws that more in. And my energy, I live a life of more fullness because I'm in the moment of what is instead of the future of what I need or the past of what I felt maybe wasn't enough when I realized it was enough because I'm still alive and I can trust that I'll always have enough, maybe not, meeting up to what my mind thinks I have to have in order to be lovable and acceptable. That's where all those expectations come from is I must have this or I'm a loser, right? Um, People are going to think this, people are going to think that. And it's like people are going to think all sorts of crap all the time because they're judging the world by how harshly they're judging themselves. And what people think has little to do with us and more to do with what's going on with them. All right. All of that is the energy below the surface. How your finances going to be for the rest of this month. Yeah, we got the Queen of Swords. Balance the head and the heart, and you'll be fine. But that mind is the one that's, oh my God. And the heart's like, just come back here, realize gratitude. We have plenty because the heart has no expectations. Everything is abundance. The mind has all these expectations. Everything is lack or zero. Because if miracle upon miracles, we meet all the expectations of our mind, we hit zero because the rest of the time we're in the negative. And so when we get out of our head and allow our heart to be filled with that gratitude, then we draw in more. And it's how it works. I think I've shared with you before, and when I worked in corporate life and I was a striver, I was like, I want those bonuses, those raises, those exceeds expectations, and I want promotions, everything, right? Go, go, go. And I would do 4 times as much as everyone else and get a meets expectations, no raises. I mean, minimal raises like everyone else, no bonuses, no promotions, none of that. And I was like, "What the hell?" And then I would back off of working 4 times as much and just come in and do maybe 2 times as much because still cutting it in half was like but doing half as much, promotions, raises, bonuses, all of that. And I'm like, this didn't make sense to me until spirit showed me energy and that my striving to try to become expectations, I was living in lack, which invited more lack. When I erased all that and I just started to enjoy my job, went in just to love what I did, abundance drew in more abundance. So that's how it works. Advice, the Two of Wands, where you focus in your energy. Again, everything I just talked about. Am I focusing on gratitude or fear of not having enough? Underneath that, underneath the surface here, you do have more swords energy. Your brain is your nemesis, but this is the Ace of Swords. See things from a higher perspective. Cut away. You got this in your other reading. Cut away the thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore because this is the dream destroyer. It sucks the life out of things. All these expectations, the supposed to be, should be, need to be. Not so much the brain as those beliefs that it's formulated over time that this is what has to happen. And like, does it? Question those, releasing those things. Seeing it from a different perspective is what frees. I mean, literally, 9 of Swords, Queen of Swords, 7 of Swords, Ace of Swords. You probably got the other half of the deck in that first reading, but it is realizing and learning to question, why am I believing what I'm believing? Let's see what else we got here. And you got the Tower. What else do you have here? And the Moon. 2 powerful energies. But this is about the Moon is this energy of the heart, trusting the heart. The Tower is also, it's a beautiful combination because the Tower is knowing that things that are removed out of my life are removed out of my life for me. That it's always to create space for something that's more in alignment with who I want to be and where I want to go. And if something fails, if something doesn't work out, it's for me in some way. Even when I can't see it yet, I will someday. of, "Oh, okay, that's why my" the example they use is, "That's why my seat on this plane was given away." Not that the plane crashes, everyone dies. It's, it's like, "Oh my gosh," it's um, that little seat that I had in coach, um, that was way back by by the back bathroom, the one that can hardly go back at all, and everyone's slamming the door, and you hear smell the whiff of all their gifts they leave in the toilets, um, and the back steward crew back there, their, flight attendants are banging stuff and doing all this stuff and talking, and you're like, "But I'm glad to be on the plane where I'm going. I'm happy. I was happy with that seat, but they gave it away." And they're like, "Oh, but we replaced it with a seat in first class." You're like, "What? We're okay that that one seat failed and was given away because we got a much better one, and it's always for us and better for us." And I feel like they're saying there is this abundance that happens, with the Queen of Swords, but it's about getting out of your head because that's what's pushing things away. Get into your heart, that's what's gonna draw it in. So, that is what they have for you for that, and we'll get your fortune cookie for that one too. There we go. And let me bypass this thing here. All right. Let's see here. What's your the dreamers deck? So let's see what your fortune cookie for this one is. All right. Well, I know that a simple shift in perspective can change my reality. Yeah. Gratitude from the other, right? There you go. All right. So that is what they have for number 2. We'll circle back for number 3 here. Let me just grab here. I was wondering here, did I hope I didn't miss someone. I had this weird feeling that someone asked for a free reading that had asked for a donation, and I missed their name, but I'll find it if it is. So we got Touch of Love. Hey, Touch of Love. Good to see you. We'll add you to the free list here. And of course, Sudeshni, you are added to the donation list. You'll be up here after Sean G's next one here. So good to see you. Thank you for that. Oh yeah, you're the one I saw the free question. And I'll add you onto the free question list as well. I think yours was the one. So I thought I saw an FQ, and that's what I was seeing. That was so on point. I love it. So glad. All right. So let me take another sip here. Cheers, cheers. I know I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom again and get some more water if I keep I'm just so thirsty today. All right. So Sean G, number 3, 33838. Look at that. So I can hear the doggy upstairs running around. Sorry if you guys can hear that. All right. So Sean, can't scroll with my finger on this one. Let's see here. All right. So this is all about Kay. So Kay hit you up for your birthday, but it felt lackluster. What's his deal with you? All right, let's take a look here. What's his dealio? All right. We will find out here. So I just want to make sure that my host is okay up there because it sounds ominous. I'm just going to send her a text here. She might actually be asleep, and it might just be the dog running around. Okay. So, the bottom of the deck, we do have the 3 of Wands that comes in here, and the 3 of Wands is about uncertain of directions, and, I feel like they're kinda split into 3 things in their life, just, like, very, very busy, I feel like is their kind of energy that comes in here, like, they're always they're always overextending themselves and exhausted and, in a lot of different, of energies there. And so I feel like that's kind of why things often feel, for a better word, half-assed a lot from them. Or lackluster, right? Okay, she's all good. Just the doggy has zoomies up there. All right. So, I feel like that's a lot of where they're coming from, just to understand that. And yeah, got the 5 of Swords, very conflicted between their head and their heart, um, going in a lot of different directions here. Again, it just feels, in fact, I've got like 2, 2, 2, and 2 cards here, just feel like they're even in 4 different directions, but we'll find out what this is about. But very conflicted. Their mind, brr, but their heart, and I feel like that's why you get this. I don't even use words, I use sounds. Woo, brr, ah. But, but that is this why you kind of maybe get mixed messages from them a lot. Because when they're in their heart, they share, but then when they're in their mind, they pull back and you're just like, "What?" It's like whiplash, right? Um, 'Cause, it's like one of those little those little paddles with the ball on it. Boom, boom. It's like, it's here and then it's back, and it's here and it's back, and it's here and it's back, and you're just like, "Dude, make up your mind." Let's see what else we have here. So we've got the Ace of Cups and the Page of Cups. So they are on this journey, um, trying to find their self-love, but they don't have a whole lot of love for themselves, so they can't give something to you that they don't have, or that their mind won't let them express, because they have we all have love inside of us, but it doesn't make its way to the outside because our mind is like, "No." And that's, when we're not aware of our self-love, then that's why we can't give a whole lot, and that's where they're at here, is that they can't give you luster if they don't have luster for themselves. They can just give you lackluster. I love that word. Let's see what else they got here. Wow, because they have the Ace of Cups, and then they have the Ace of Swords. Yeah, and this Knight of Cups, this movement of emotion. Feel like a lot of what happens here is awareness around what you expect, right? Those mindsets, what you expect from people is what kinda sucks the life out of a lot of the relationships, because you expect them to act a certain way and be a certain way and do things a certain way, and when we focus on how they're not living up to it, we just get more lack. We get more of them not living up to expectations, where when we focus on what we're grateful for in someone, that grows, and we see more to be grateful for rather than focusing in on what's not being done, because that's what destroys relationships. That's what sucks the life out of our dreams, our friendships, relationships, jobs, all sorts of stuff. It sucks the life out when we focus in on that, right? So, we've got, this um, you know, awareness around this is part of their purpose in being this mirror for you, because if you have that for others, you definitely have it for yourself, as we all do. Because by golly, if I'm going to have requirements on me, I'm going to make sure everyone else is living up to it too. When we set ourselves free, we set everyone else free as well. Yeah, and we got the um dream come true energy of the star and the Knight of Pentacles, the slowest moving knight out of them all. And but whenever we have this slow movement energy like the Knight of Pentacles or Seven of Pentacles, any of these patience ones, it tells us things go slow on purpose for us to have the opportunity to raise our love vibration by questioning our thoughts, by letting go of mindsets that don't serve, emotions that don't serve, energy that doesn't serve, physical things that don't serve. And and then we're able, in this case, you're able to see what is my dream come true. It's interesting that the star is the Aquarius air sign energy. And so this is where it gives you time to question your mind's dream come true, not the Nine of Cups, which is your emotional dream come true. But what does my mind think a dream come true is? Well, here, let me get the scroll or the books. Boom. Let's look at all the requirements of that mind that says, in order for my dream to be fulfilled, this is all the stuff that needs to happen. And that's exhausting. And that never happens because a lot of things on our list are contradictory and it's ever changing. And our mind is constantly, altering things. So I feel like that's kind of what this opportunity is teaching you, and I feel like they've been a wonderful mirror reflecting a lot of this disappointment back to you. You're like, "Hell yeah." And again, another, like I just said, the Seven of Pentacles, it's giving you an opportunity to see what it truly means to be true to your authentic self, not the person you think you're supposed to be, but who are you really? And whittling away. And again, this comes back to that energy of realizing you have a high bar on yourself. And and if you beat yourself up a lot about who you're not being and what you're not achieving and what's not going on and who you weren't and all those things, that shows you that reflection of those, expectations that you have on yourself that then you reflect out on other people too, demanding so much of them because you demand so much of yourself, which isn't fair to you because you're perfect and already, and you don't need to be all this other stuff. So it's really chipping away this next year too, realizing all these people have been reflecting back to you how you feel about yourself in some way, somehow. How are you being lackluster to yourself? And it's not about failing it's about how am I not being sincere to myself because that comes from the heart and we might be living in our mind a lot, right? So some good self-awareness questions for us all. What a great reminder for us all. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here. I know that focusing my attention on things I cannot control distracts me from my journey. I am letting go. I like that. Boom. Freedom. All right. So that's what they have for you, my friend. Thank you again for your multiple donations and happy birthday to you as well. Enjoy this next rotation around the sun. Feel like it's going to be a big one. All righty. So we have just Alice came in too. Hey, Alice, good to see you. Let's get your added to the donation list here. So I have two more donations and we will get to free reading some point here. So hang in there, everybody. Like I said, I've gone to 7-hour sessions before. I don't think it'll be that long tonight, but you never know. You just never know. I might have to take another little break here in a moment, though, to get me something to drink. And all this water is going to start to go through me too soon. So we'll hang in there, though. All right. So Sudeshni, you're up 349.49. Look at that, repeating numbers again. We just had a 338.38. All right. So, Sudesh, let me give your donation a love and a like here. So, will your team leader be okay with you? Your job seems to be under a lot of pressure. All right. And then I got you on the list for the free reading too. All right. Let's take a look here. Will your team leader be okay with you based on current energies? All right. And your job seems to be under a lot of pressure. Let's see. Anything else they want you to know here? Yes, here. Okay. So, the bottom of the deck, you do have the Ace of Cups, which brings a question in. Are you okay with yourself? We're being very self-reflective this evening, just so you know, because this is the question they're bringing up is how you are feeling about yourself in this position is going to be how it's reflected back to you. So it's a very important energy to understand with it being below the surface. Right now, based on current energies, how does your team leader feel? And get the Four of Swords, peace of mind, Page of Pentacles seems abundant. So they seem fine right now with this here. What else do we have here too? Yeah, there is this, letting go of your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. This goes back to the Six of Pentacles energy. So there is a little bit, it's like from their viewpoint, they feel fine about it because they're okay in their job and they're not really super focused on you. But this fear that you have of how they feel about you goes back to childhood with the Six of Pentacles, in that you have this really out of balance, where you feel like you have to give so much and you deserve so little. So there is this question, these mindsets. Why am I fearing this? Why do I feel I'm doing a bad job? Why do I fear that they will punish me? Where does that go back to earlier in your life, when you were younger? So something to look at here. It's coming up for a reason for you, right? Yeah. There's a lot below the surface with the moon card and the chariot, which is ruled by the moon. So you've got big emotional energy bubbling below the surface, and realizing that your power of choice is what draws things into your life. But there is a lot to look at below the surface of why am I concerned? Um, my job seems to be under a lot of pressure. The job just is, but your the pressure you're feeling is what you're putting upon yourself, and that comes from below the surface, not from other people. Yeah, you have the Four of Cups underneath, which there is this capacity for emotional stability. Again, going back to the Ace of Cups, which was on the bottom of the deck, is what's up here. These cups of the outside world, which are job, situations like job, things like money and or your body, your bank account, things like that, or relationships. The three cups of the outside world, that when we are using them to define us and try to fill up our emotions, they fall short. But all of these are pointing you back to you to look at and see, what is it about this situation? Because that's really where all the stress and fears and things are coming from, not the outside world. The outside world is meaningless till it gets in here, and we define it by our thoughts and beliefs and emotions below the surface. So feels like they are fine, but it's coming up for you so you can free yourself from those emotions. See what your fortune cookie brings in here too. And you've got release. Yeah. 27. It's even looks like emotional release because it's like from the heart. Psh. So let's see what this says here for you. Yeah, I like it. Let period, it, period, go, period. It is time to release anything that does not serve you. Old negative habits do not engage you anymore as the payoff is not enough. You are ready to make room for bigger, brighter, more aligned things. Your affirmation, I freely release what I no longer need. There is a payoff if we decide to finally release something we no longer need. The payoff is as individual as you are, but there will be a universal feeling of making space for something new. The secret to effectively releasing what no longer serves you is, in fact, knowing that the payoff will indeed be worth it, which makes it super important to know what the positive payoff may be. For example, giving up a habit such as smoking, which we know is detrimental to your body, is that it is cancer causing, among many other nasty things. It has payoffs. What the most important payoff is for you may be different for someone else who is giving up the habit, but it needs to be clear to your mind, body, and spirit. You might give up so that your body feels healthier generally, or so that your children and those around you aren't exposed to the smoke and chemicals, that you live longer, or that all the money you're wasting on cigarettes could be used for something that is more in line with what you really want, such as travel or a home, all of which are real payoffs for which it is worth releasing the habit. In magic, in particular in spellcraft, the art of release after raising power is vital to its effectiveness. Should we raise power without sending it out to the universe or deities in a focused way, it remains stagnant or stuck. This can cause us to feel overwhelmed. The companion stone is smoky quartz for that if you're into crystals. But I feel like this is, you need to understand what the payoff is in letting those old emotions go, those old beliefs go, because they will free you and allow you to move beyond the limiting beliefs that are there. So when you realize, I want to be, um, experience other job opportunities and higher pay and different things, because I want to enjoy those things, but I'm limiting myself because of these old beliefs I have. So that's, you have to understand what is it, the worth of it for you coming in there. All right. So that is what they have for you, Sudeshni. Thank you again for your donation. Many blessings. All right. So just Alice will be to you in a sec here. We have a couple more free readings come in. That free reading list is growing like rabbits. Can't leave it alone for too long. We got Against All Odds. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll add you onto the free list here. Boom, boom. And we have Maria Scorpio. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll put you on the free list as well. Just have a couple more donations that I'm working on, and we'll get back into the free readings. Let's see where we're at. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, about 17 more free readings. I did complete probably about 8 earlier, but I got about 17 more to go once we get started on those again. But before that, we have a couple from Just Alice. Hey, Just Alice. So your first one here, 358, 58. Look at all these repeated numbers. The last ones have been 338, 38, 349, 49, 358, 58. So here's for your first one. So thank you for that donation with a little star coin there. And you want to know, when will Kara from Alumni Ventures reply to you? What's going on with your application? Will she move me on to the next round of interviews like she verbally promised a few weeks ago? Wow. Okay. Shuffle up and see what we've got going on here. So let's see here. We'll do the when deck here. Don't feel I want that one or that one. Don't want this one either. I want this one. Okay. So let's see, based on current energies, when will she reply to you? All right. Got these 2 cards right off the bat. Boom, boom. That's so they're so funny. Ha, ha, ha. You got within 3 years, which when we get these right here, um, yeah, Alice, we're doing yours right now. So, so that's they always crack me up when Spirit goes, "Within 3 years." But you got the Tower card as your, other ones here, and that's the timing is abruptly. So it's like it's gonna happen here soon out of nowhere. But they were telling you, like, within 3 years, because it's like it all depends on energy. Whenever we get a card like that, they're like, "It all depends on what you're focusing on," right? Because the Tower card is about something being removed out of our lives on purpose for a purpose. So there is like this trusting energy about trust the timing, that it's always for you, that when something, you know, um, doesn't happen in the timing that we think it will happen perfectly in the right moment. But I do feel like it's going to come out of nowhere here. But it's trusting that if it doesn't happen in the timing that we think it should, that it's happening in a better timing that matches up to what we're wanting in our lives, right? Um, so delays sometimes we're like, "Why is it delayed? I want it right now." But what um, if they set you up, like, for an interview, like, immediately, it's with this jerk who is, um, I don't know, a racist, I don't know, hates women, blah, 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 and they just the whole time, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, "No, don't hire them because we rushed and we wanted I want an interview right now." We get the jerk. Instead of it's paused, the jerk's on vacation, someone else steps in and they're wonderful and they love you and you get hired. We're like, "Yes, I am grateful for the perfect timing," right? So that's important to know. Um, so she will reply, "What's going on with your application? Let's take a look at that. Will she indeed, based on current energy, move you to the next round as well?" So let's see here. I feel like these two as well. All right. Yep. Bottom of the deck, you do have the Eight of Pentacles, which is about progression, the wheels turning in the outside world, putting in your blood, the sweat, the tears. Things do move forward. Um, What's going on with your application? It's being reviewed. The Justice card, it's being reviewed by higher ups because this is about a higher, with this Ace of Swords, seeing things from a higher perspective. So it's higher ups. People are looking through applications. Um, and it feels like, I feel like you got something like this before, but it's like the higher ups are going, let us these are too many interviews. We need to whittle this down. Let me see them. We're under a time crunch or we're short on manpower. Let's raise the bar and cut off some people below the surface. So I feel like they're reviewing all the applications and whittling them out. And then is she going to move you to the next round as promised? You got the Nine of Swords, which is nightmare and insomnia energy here. I feel like and you got 2 other sets of cards. I'm gonna look at these too because I feel like there is all this message that's coming in about what am I fearing, and trusting the timing, right, is very important here, and it's like, do I trust that it's gonna unfold in the perfect timing, or do I feel like I'm supposed to try to control everything? I feel like there's, like, this let go of control and release this because you can't make everyone live up to your expectations. And so when you release it and you instead focus on gratitude, then things come in. When you're focusing on things aren't happening the way they're supposed to, we get more of not supposed to and more lack that comes in. So I feel like this is what they're bringing in there. Let's see what else you have here. Yeah. it's like, again, trust with the temperance card. When things are moving slow, trust that, because otherwise there'll be a significant ending and beginning here with this energy. And I feel like what they're saying here is, and it's kind of an interesting thing that they put death out there, such a big thing, is because they're showing me like stepping off the curb at the wrong time, you get hit by a bus. You know, if you wait and trust the timing, then you don't get hit by a bus. And again, it's kinda like they're reinforcing what I was talking about earlier about the jerk and they're like, "We got you." Spirit is having things unfold for you, so trust delays, trust timing, and that they're gonna respond suddenly out of nowhere, and it'll be in the perfect timing here for you. Yeah, and then, like, it's trust here with the 3 of Pentacles that, you know, if you're true to your authentic self and leave behind the emotions and situations that don't serve you anymore, that's where the abundance comes in. That's where um, with the 8 of Pentacles, that's where you see the fruit of putting in, and sometimes the blood, the sweat, the tears is fighting against this, "I need to know, I need this to happen, this needs" instead of going, "You know what? I'm gonna let go of what I can't control and focus in on what I can," which is my own stories, my own emotions, my own energy, and my own actions. Can't control anyone else's, and when we release it to the universe, that's when we allow things to come in easier. Because when we're trying to control things, we actually, with our own energy, push it away from us. It's like when you try to grab sand or water, it falls through but if you open up your hands and receive, you can have more water. But trying to grab water, nothing, right? So I like that for you. Hopefully that helps. You're like, no. But let's pull your fortune cookie too. For this one, you'll get the Queen of Moon Oracle. For your second one, you'll get the Dreamers Oracle. So let's see here. What else do they want you to know about this job or anything else? It doesn't have to be to do with the job, but whatever they want you to know right now. What do they feel is best for you to know? Discernment. Number 10, maybe discernment of knowing when to let things go, because the 10 is about endings and new beginnings too. But let's take a look here and see what it says. So it says, take care in your choices now. Look carefully and judge wisely. There may have been something difficult to see, something that has been obscured, but now it has been revealed to you. Examine it closely. Your affirmation is, I take my time to be accurate and precise in my discernment. When you get some years on you, hopefully the time you spend moving and choosing upon this earth brings you some kind of wisdom. Some of that wisdom will be bred of hindsight and perspective. All of us, if we're engaged in life, make good decisions and poor ones. Sometimes we make spectacular bad ones. All of us get hurt, hurt others, learn, forget, fall over again, get up, but hopefully we grow, we change. We are able to spot where our sore points are and fix them if we so choose. We are able to take a good long look at what is painfully recurring in our lives and deal with it. Yes, baby, deal. The secret here is discernment, real discernment, really making it a priority to take time to ensure acuteness of judgment, really looking at the fine print before you buy. Instead of taking things on face value or rushing into surface judgments, take your sweet time to form friendships and business relationships. Put your energy output into perspective, looking at evidence instead of only just believing. Feel and act when you're being trodden upon or having your boundaries overstepped or when something doesn't feel quite kosher. Ask clarifying questions and really listen to the answers offered. then act on the reality. That is growth. That is real pattern busting. That is the gathering of wisdom. And it says, note, waxing gibbous moons. This is the first of the waxing gibbous moons. The overall themes of this part of the moon cycle are action and will. Companion stone is yellow jasper. So I like that, be discerning about where I'm investing my energy, what I can control, what I can't control, and ask clarifying questions. You know, um, don't be afraid to reach out. Like in this case, if it was a few weeks ago, and but build that relationship, not why haven't you been doing what you said you would do? It's about you know, hey, hey, Kara, just following up. I know with all these emails and things these days, just to make sure that something wasn't sent that I missed, just following up to see um, if there is a time frame of when those interviews might be, you know, done or whatever. A better word than done, but when they're planning on having those interviews, and then see what they what they have, and you might have already you're wondering when you're going to get a reply. Depends on how long ago, of course. You don't want to bug them every day, but to follow that, don't be afraid to reach out. All right. So that's for number one. For number two, we got 4, 11, 49 coming in here. So here's for number two. Whoops. Maybe not. Let's try that again. I grabbed an empty space instead of the real stuff. There it goes. All right. So thank you for your second donation. A little burger there. Yeah, I am getting hungry. How did you know? Did you hear my stomach growling? All right. So for number two, Kyle's thoughts and feelings about you. Does he feel growing commitment towards you? Anything about other girls? All right. Let's take a look here. All right. So Kyle's thoughts and feelings about you. Thoughts first. Okay. And feelings. Right. And then does he feel a growing commitment towards you? Oops. Right. And then anything about other girls. I feel like we want this one and this one. All right. Yeah, you got the 9 of swords again on the bottom of this one, so there's a lot of this, our fears and facing our fears. And, you know, evidently, this is a wonderful part in your life, which we're in Mercury retrograde, which does take us looking into our inner world, especially I think it's in Pisces, which takes us into this reflective, let's look at ourselves, what's going on in here. So I do feel like there's a lot of that reflective energy coming through in the reading for you too, about why why do we fear so much? um I can't control any of that. So let me come back to myself and find out, what am I fearing about Kyle's thoughts and feelings, what he has or doesn't have around me. What if he doesn't feel a growing commitment? What am I fearing? What about if he is with other girls? What am I fearing? So it's a good reflective kind of energy with this 9 of swords. So Kyle's thoughts right now, we do have the Page of Pentacles. So there is this, the thinking is, I want to grow, I want more opportunity here. So there is growth energy with the Page of Pentacles, because that's like a number 11. So they are looking at trying to have another opportunity to visit you in the physical world. It feels like here's what they're thinking. More interaction opportunity. Feelings about you. Yep, the 5 of Pentacles, which I'm not surprised. Didn't we get this like him a few times already? They're focusing in on who you're not being, what you're not living up to. kind of energy, because that's what they're whittling down. Again, they're comparing you to what? Dream, that mental dream of what they think someone is supposed to be, right? And so there is that, the emotions, but it is a reflection. It's important to know that they have that because they don't feel like that, they fear they're not good enough. They're not gonna be enough. They fear being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold is their underlying energy and how they're projected in onto other people, right? So it's important to know that the other people's thoughts and emotions have a lot to do with what's going on inside of them and little to do with you. So, that's why Spirit, when they were talking about what are your thoughts about Kyle's, what you think Kyle is thinking? What are your feelings about what you think Kyle is feeling or not feeling? It's because that's your mirror, and you get to understand more about yourself because that's the only thing you can make any changes and control, not anything that's going on with them, right? Wow, this is deep tonight. Um, does he feel growing commitment towards you? It's interesting. I was just talking about the star card, which is the mental dream come true. They're hesitant in the 6 of cups. There is this mutual emotional energy coming in with the 6 of cups. And I don't feel like growing commitment is there yet, because I do feel like with this Page of Pentacles, they're wanting more opportunity to see if they, you know, because the 6 of Cups is also reflecting back on past relationships. The Star card is this future dream come true of who they think this perfect person in their life is supposed to be. And they're really doing a lot of comparison, comparing to determine all of this here. So I don't feel like there's that growing commitment yet because they want to gather more information. And that's what I feel like they're doing a lot here. Anything about other girls? We've got the 2 of Wands. I do feel like there's one other with the 2 of Wands energy because, there's 2 energies that are here. There's an interest in someone else. Let's see what's below the deck here. And we got the Devil card, the 6 of Pentacles. Yeah. We even got, 2 here. And the Devil card is the shaking and the rattling of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, a lot of clarity. But I feel like they're always talking to 2 people until they find the one. Because I feel like it's kind of like their, what do they call it? The track record, has been, I'm not finding it. And so they're always have another one, communication in the works, because it tends not to work out, not to work out, not to work out, because everyone's falling short, falling short, falling short, falling short. It's like when you're, you know, it's not like it's work, but they're kind of treating it like a job with this Devil card, which rules over Saturn, Capricorn energy. It's interesting how they're bringing it through. But it's like if you're interviewing a lot of people and not finding qualified candidates, you don't just schedule one interview and then wait to see if it works out. You're always bringing in more interviewees because chances are this person isn't also going to live up and fall short of our expectations of what we feel is needed for our position, right? Just a very big goals, like I said, this expectation that's just not there. Yeah, and this confirms because they're looking for this perfect person, the Queen of Swords, this perfectly compatible person that in every way matches up, and we fit like a glove, um, and energy, and I feel like that's what is really going on. They're searching for this, a person that doesn't exist, and maybe someday they'll realize instead of looking for the perfect person, let's find someone that we're happy with instead of, let's get out of our head and get into our heart, but that they have to work on their own um, self-worth and that first in order for it to go anywhere with that, right? Yep, I like this. I know that I can manifest all that my heart desires. I'm ready to receive, right? It's funny because that's exactly what we're just talking about. If they could step into this energy, I can manifest what my heart desires, but the mind, it wants the impossible that's there. So that is what they have there for you. So hang in there, Alice. Many blessings to you. All right, Sudashni. Glad that that resonated there for you. All right. And then Moonlight, is that your free question there? I'll assume it's a free question unless I see a donation pop up. That'll determine if we're going to dive deep or if it's just a two-card reading. And Andrea 54 Hector, hello, hello. We'll add you onto the ever-expanding free list here. I think we're up to like 20 now. Like I said, they're like rabbits. We leave it alone for a minute. All right. So I think that's it for donations for me right now. So we will return to free readings in a sec. But I tell you what, I've been drinking a lot. In fact, so okay, yeah, I'll do that, Moonlight. I'm gonna go get some more hot coffee so that my throat stays clear here as we're hitting over 4 hours. So I want to make sure my throat keeps going. So while that's going, I'm going to go into the little gentlemen's facilities too. So it'll be about 2-3 minutes. I'll be right back, and we'll jump into the free reading. So thank you guys for your patience, for all the thumbs up too. Helps spread the Zen love. It shows me you enjoy your free readings and all of your other readings, and it helps spread the Zen love. You're part of the giant love tsunami. Um, so it does help my channel, and I appreciate that. So cheers, cheers. I'll be right back. All righty. I hath returned. So thank you guys so much. Again, I can focus more now. All right. So let us dive back in here. So girl set here. So up next, we do have musical beer. So 425.54. So musical beer. Here is your timestamp. And you would you get along with D, the Gemini's daughter? Based on current energies, what's the compatibility or the energy that would happen between the two of you here? Let's take a look here. Wow. Yeah, the 10 of cups is there's a lot of joy and a lot of relationship kind of energy there. So you would definitely get along with that 10 of cups. The 9 of pentacles is an energy of kind of independence and hermitude. I feel like um that there's this alone energy that's here as well, that they like would require their space. um but I feel like they're saying that you would get along with their daughters, the Gemini, with D, the Gemini's daughters. You get along with them with that 10 of cups. It's like one big happy family. But as long as you're not like living with them, if that's the case. They're like, we need space that we can get along as long as it's interesting. It's almost like an energy of like not I don't know if not replacing someone or not, moving into our space, we're fine. And I feel like you get along. But if it's like um something more in the face kind of energy where you're there all the time, they'd be like, "Mm." If that makes sense. So, um, that's what they have for you. So, many blessings to you. Hopefully that resonates or makes sense. All right. So, Olivier Vergara, you're up 428.13. There is your timestamp. And a message from your spirit guides. Yeah, let's take a look here and see what does spirit have for you right now. Okay, get this one. No, I don't want that one. There it is. You got the Magician, and I just put this card back in. It came back out. The 9 of Pentacles. This is all about you are enough. The Magician card is you have everything inside of you to make anything possible. You have the Ace of Swords, the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Pentacles, the Ace of Wands. You got all the mind, all the heart, all the energy, all the physical abilities to make your dreams come true. And the 9 of Pentacles is about self-sufficiency and independence as well. So it's like you don't need anyone else to, you know, make your dreams come true and make your life complete. You're the one that will create everything in your life, and you don't need anything from anyone else. It's like you get to create it. And I like that energy. It's a very, I don't know, it's not even like a cheerleading one. It's just a fact. They're like telling you a fact. You've got everything you need. You don't need anything more. You don't need to be more. You don't have to become more. You're perfect right now. And what do you want to create in your life? So I like that. So that is what they have for you, Olivier. So many blessings to you. All right. So I've got a couple more come in here too. I complete one reading and two more come in. Like I say, they're growing like rabbits. So we got Ala. I'll get you on the list here. Got Andrea. Yeah, I got Andrea. And then Ankita. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation earlier. I think you had it early, right? That must have been another day. It could have been yesterday. Everything's running into one another here. All right. So let me take a sip here. We'll continue on with the free readings. Cheers, everybody. Thank you again for all the thumbs up. I appreciate you. All right. So we got Lily Cherry Blossom, 43053. And current thoughts and why does he hold back? All right. Current thoughts and why does he hold back? So current thoughts, yeah, temperance. Taking my time to see what unfolds kind of energy, and this does come in, and this would be why he holds back. Yeah, the Hierophant. Learning, learning, learning. So both of these together, it makes sense by the energy I was getting because they have had pain in the past, like all of us, right? But it has taught them because they used to rush in, they used to go in blind, but they ended up getting hurt a lot and not seeing situations, um, you know, for as, um, clear for what they were. Because, "Oh, those red flags. Oh, wasn't that a carnival? No, those were red flags." And then they had stuff happen, so they learned, go slow, gather information, don't, overshare, don't overcommit because in the past, it's been used against them. So, kinda like their nervous system has taught them through time, I need to go slow and keep my eyes wide open and just see how things unfold. And they're not on this track of fast and, opening fast. They are once they feel safe, then they start to open up, but it takes time, and it's not a personal judgment against you or anything, it's just history has taught them, "Don't do it. It looks safe, but don't do it because all that happened before." It's like, "Oh, let your guard down." Wah, So, that's what's going on with them right now. They're gathering information, they're just kinda going with the flow, but, gathering information to where they feel safe, and then once they feel safe, then they would open up more. So, that's what they got for you now, Lily. Many blessings to you. All right, and then Nancy, you are up 433. Look, I'm gonna do 43333 for you, Nancy, here. Look, all these threes. It's actually my mom's favorite number too. "Is that you, mom?" No, I'm just kidding. You're like, "I'm not gonna tell." So, what do you see next for you in your life? All right, let's take a look here from Spirit. What do they feel based on your current energies? What's coming next? Of course, and I say what's come based on current energies because in 5 minutes, we can make different decisions that can alter things, and tomorrow we can it's always about possibilities in our this human life that we're living in, especially in this iteration of humanity. So there's a lot of different things, yeah. You got all the possibilities energies with the Ace of Wands. That's coming in. Wands energy is possibilities. Whatever you focus your energy in is what you draw in. And you do right now, you're drawing in some wonderful joy energy with the Four of Wands. It is the marriage card too. You never know. I don't feel like it's necessarily that at this time because I feel like you're drawing in this. It's like a joyful celebration, a joyful event that's coming towards you. And so there's something that's unfolding, something that you've been desiring would unfold like in the physical world, but it is a gathering. It is a bunch of individuals coming together. And if you've been wanting to get invited or to attend something, I feel like with this energy that you've been putting out, gratitude and love energy, that it does draw it towards you. But it's a good message here about the more you focus in on joy, and if you've been listening, you've probably been hearing me say it a lot because it comes through a lot of readings. Such an important thing in life to realize that if I'm focusing in on gratitude for what is and joy and laughter and play and peace, I draw things that match that. If I'm focusing on I wish, need, want, that's lack energy because we're feeling like I don't have something and I need something else, or I fear something won't come in, then I'm actually pushing the things I want to come towards me away, and I'm drawing in lack and energy instead. So, this very empowering energy that, you know, what's next in my life has so much to do with what I'm focusing on moment to moment, and whatever I focus on the most is what I draw toward me, and that's our power. We're not like out of control drama train that's gonna leap off the tracks, or we're not stuck in a trunk being driven somewhere in our life, and you just have to go where you're being taken. We're the creators of our life by where we focus our energy, both mental energy, emotional energy, physical energy, and our beingness, because the universe doesn't bring us what we wish for. They bring us who we're being, and so the more that we are emanating what we're wanting to draw toward us, the more we draw it toward us. So hopefully that helps, Nancy. Nancy, that's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. Thanks for being here. All right. Priscilla, you are up 43702. Whoops. Try that again. And a love reading. If this person you've just met will reach um, out when come back from his job journey next week. You're tempted to call him, but I'm not sure he's interested. Oh, okay. Take a look here. Let's shuffle up, get some energy flowing through these cards here. Will he reach out once he returns based on current energy? And if you reach out to him before he does, what's that? Got the Nine of Swords, which is expectations equal disappointment here. Let's see what this other one is here. Is the Knight of Cups. So there is emotional movement here, but this Nine of Swords, you know, I feel like they're saying, you know, will they reach out to me? And it's like, um, with this night, it's like our worst nightmare is I reach out to someone they're not interested. So what, right? Um, how much energy do we invest into that we're wondering if someone's interested or not, right? Um, Instead of just going, "Hey, I had a really great time and I was wondering, um, yeah, I just wondering how your job search went, whatever, da da da." And then they're like, "Hey, da 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 da." And you're like, "Oh, that's great." And I'd love to hear all about it. Do you want to do coffee or something? What what is this expectation, right? The Nine of Swords, expectations equal disappointment. If I expect them to do this and them to do that and blah blah blah, instead of, you know what? Focus in on what you're grateful for. I had a great time. I'm going to focus on what I loved and what I want, and I'm going to share that joy. And if they don't reciprocate, then thank you. You just showed me you're not the one that matches my energy. Thank you. You did me a favor. Not, oh God, it means something about me. No, it means that they are confirming that they don't match your energy and you want someone that matches your energy. So they did you a favor and not um like imprisoning your time and your energy because you're wondering, investing into something and they're not going to reciprocate. As soon as you realize, oh, they don't, then you can stop um, worrying about it, right? Which is great, you know. And I know we fear, oh God, what if they say no? Then it's like, that's all right. They're going to be flattered that we were interested in them, and then go on. And we're gonna be like, "Oh, all right, good information, moving on." It doesn't mean anything about me, just good information, on where I will and where I won't invest my energies anymore. So I feel like with this Knight of Cups is reach out to them. It's move on your heart, and get in the habit of doing that. not your mind. Don't get stuck in that mind. That's the one that fears and, "Oh god, what is this? What is this? What if that? What if they don't do this?" What Live from the heart, and you won't regret it. In one way or another, right? Right, so that's what they have for you, Priscilla. So many blessings to you. Right, and then faith and love, you are up for 40, 45, I believe, yeah. So there we are. And you want to know, what are C's current feelings towards you and your future together? So what are their current feelings towards you and towards future? All right, towards you, got the Page of Cups. So right now they got these heightened emotions and happy, loving emotions. So their heart is full and overflowing with emotion right now, based on their current energy. The future, you got the Nine of Cups. Yeah, they kind of are in this dream come true, happy energy today. Um, will it stay that way? We don't know. Probably not, because they are a fluctuating person, right? And that's all right. It's good to know that. But I feel like with the Page of Cups, that's also you holding your Ace of Cups, your self love, and the Nine of Cups also holding the Ace of Cups. There is this message here, and it's always a good reminder for us that the love that you're looking for is you, and that they are a human that has fickle, conditional love that is part of human nature, and that they can't give you the love that you're looking for. So if you find inward and upward and find your self love, what love they give you feels like above and beyond extra, feels abundant. But if you're looking for them to fulfill your self love, they can't do that. It doesn't fit. It doesn't. Um, I don't know. It's like trying to fill up a. Oh, I've never heard this before. Fill up a glass with smoke and trying to drink it. It's empty. But when you self love, unconditional, higher, eternal love, that's what we're looking to drink. And that's what fills up. That's liquid, where human love is smoke, smoke and mirrors. It's not real. It's, it's an expression. It's a result of incense, it's smoke. So, important in message for you there, faith and love. So that's what they got for you. Many blessings to you. All right, Maria P, you are up for 43.25. This is for your free reading. Thank you so much for your multiple donations earlier. I'll spit here for you just in case. A general for you, love and work. All right, let's see here. What about love? What about work? Love, wow, 10 of Cups, yeah. Relationship energy, full and overflowing. Very positive energy here, and this is the energy of the moment, it just, like, feels like things are just expanding and more and more and more. Wonderful emotional energy, so very positive energy there. Work-wise, you got the Two of Wands. Yeah, it's gonna take you deciding what you want with work and focusing your energy on it, but and this Two of Wands is about making plans and also 2 directions, which we talked about that in one of your readings too around work about, you're gonna have 2 choices at work, and it's like you have to make plans on what is it that you really wanna do, and make the decision in that. Don't let what other people will think, and are they gonna be mad or not, or blah, 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 blah. Because you gotta put what are you wanting? What are you wanting to go? How are you wanting to, proceed and imagine what you would that you're gonna do that every day, until you decide to do something else, right? So it's like, which one will I wanna do? Not, "Well, they would think I should do this one." It's like, what do you wanna be able to do every day, right? You're gonna pull your hair out every day if you do this one? Then don't do that one. This one, you're gonna be like, "Yes," then do that one, right? So allow that to be your decision maker, not all right. So that's what they have for you, Maria. Many blessings to you. Excuse me. And then we have Supriti. You are up. Here's your timestamp. You're about to graduate in 2 months. Congratulations, but no job in hand. When will I get a good job, of a good full time job? Cheers, cheers to you. Let me take a quick sip. My voice is trying to go away. Let's keep it lubricated here. In fact, let me grab a somewhere back here behind these cards. Throat lozenge too. Excuse me. All right. So let's take a look here. I think we're going to use these timing cards to find out, based on current energies, when will you get a good full-time job? All right. What can we tell Super T here? Got this one. These two. What are these going to say here? All right. Well, it does look like you're in progress now, and in a few days, you're going to get some information to come in here. It's interesting because your card is February 9th to February 18th with the Seven of Swords. Seven of Swords is, getting out of your head with your thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that steal opportunities from you. Because it looks like here that you might have applied for something back between February 9th and February 18th. And if you let some old mindsets go, some restrictions on supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's and must be's, that there is this opportunity that's available to you that's going to come back around. But as soon as you release these expectations, this belief that, oh, I couldn't get that, or they wouldn't want me, or I don't know if I want that. If you let those go and be open, I feel like you'll get a response here in a few days that is an invitation, at least for an interview, but I feel like it can lead to a full-time job. So if there's somewhere that, and that was what, it's almost a month ago, not quite, about 3 weeks ago, February 9th to February 18th, that I feel like you're about to get some communication from them. But get out of that mindset that, no, I couldn't do that, or they wouldn't hire me, because you're limiting possibilities by this. So hopefully that helps. And a few days from now, I feel like you're going to get an offer. So I like that. You probably do too. All right. So many blessings to you. That's what they have for you. All right. And then we got Blueberry. You are up 448.34. Oops. Let's try that again. There we go. So Blueberry, message from your spirit guides. Let's see, what do they have for you today? That one. What else? Got the King of Wands and the Eight of Wands. Wow. Yeah, definitely a lot of messages coming in for you in your more of your energetic world, but because the Eight of Wands is like a ton of energy, a ton of messages that Spirit's bringing you. And I feel like you have a lot of spirit guides that are bringing you a lot of information. And I feel like on one side, you need to know that you're not imagining it, that, yeah, that is from them. They're giving you repeating numbers and synchronicities in the outside world. And you're seeing like license plates and bumper stickers and rogue junk mail, email titles and stuff that you're like, oh my gosh, I'm seeing like this everywhere. That is them bringing you messages. This King of Wands energy is an energy of stepping into your connection, where the Queen of Wands connects more through the heart with spirit and empathically. This is about having things just drop into your head from spirit with this King of Wands. Wands energy is spiritual energy, but every king has a second portion of air elemental sword energy. which is about mental energy, communications that are coming in. So definitely there's a lot of this that's coming towards you. And so don't doubt it, trust it because it's just popping in. Like ideas and words and information out of nowhere and you're like, "What? That can't be true." And it is because they're communicating with you and sharing this with you. I also feel there's something about automatic writing because this helps you build your trust and your intuition. And what that is if you're not, you probably already know what it is, but just for everyone else, in case they don't, you just piece of paper, or even if it's on a computer, if you don't want to use paper, but sometimes writing it out, that physical action. Well, typing is physical action too, I suppose, but there's something about writing. I'm old school though. I'm an old man. But if you write out and just write a question to your inner children, your higher self, a spirit guide. Um, if you feel a connection to a starseed collective or whatever, um, just write a question out. Say, what do you feel about this? Or what do you have for me to know today? And then just whatever comes in, start writing it. In the beginning, it's going to feel a little ego-ish, and you're going to go, this is me writing this out. But continue to write, just continue flowing, writing out. And before you know it, you're going to look at some of the stuff you wrote and go, what the hell was that? That didn't come from me. Wow. Especially when I look at it, I'm like, that was like without thinking, because I wasn't thinking anything out. I was just writing it like, wow, that makes so much sense. And I wouldn't have known that. And sometimes when I get information, when I do that, I go Google some stuff because I'm like, no, the sun doesn't do that. I'm like, oh my God, the sun does do that. I didn't know that, you know. So it's a way to open up. And I feel like there is this relationship that they are wanting to develop in the communication between the two of you. So I love that for you. That's what they got for you, Blueberry. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Black Boy Ent or Black Buoyant. I'm not sure if I'm totally mispronouncing that or misunderstanding it, but here's your timestamp regardless. And you said you had someone do spell work for you. You just wanted to know, did they do the work? If so, is it working? All right, let's take a look here. Sorry. Let's take a look here. What do you want to know about this here? Okay. All right. So you have the Seven of Cups and you have the Queen of Wands here. Now, the thing about people doing spell work is the power behind things always comes from our own self. It's the same thing as if someone's going to try to produce black magic on us, or if someone's doing energy work for us in a positive way, a light, loving way. None of it does nothing unless we will it to. We're the only ones can control over our life. We can't force anything on anyone else, energetically, magic, whatever, love spells, all that stuff. It's like you can't make someone love someone else, right? Um, but if I believe it, and that's where the Seven of Cups comes in, I have all these emotions, all these possibilities here. And if I believe it, then it's going to manifest. So let's take it to the dark side first. If someone goes, I'm cursing you and you're going to get sick. If I believe in that, if I believe you can curse me, then when someone says I'm going to get sick, I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to get sick. I'm going to get sick. I'm telling myself, and my energy is going, I'm gonna get sick, I'm gonna get sick. Guess what? I'm gonna get sick. And then I go, "Oh, they did it." No, my energy did it to me because whatever I focus on is what I draw in, right? Same thing with whatever spell work, if they were doing it on someone else, not gonna work. Because no one can influence someone else, but if they're doing spell work for you and they are, um and it's to help you with something emotionally, mentally, physically, whatever, if you believe it and go, "Oh, the spell they're doing, it's gonna help me. I'm gonna heal this in my heart." Then your energy going, "I wanna heal this in my heart," is producing energy within you to heal your heart. It's not them implementing it and doing it. We can help each other, um, by connecting with your higher self. Like I do energetic hedges. And what I do is I connect with your higher self and by their permission, with their hands on mine, we expand a hedge of love, surrounding in love, and then I let them do what they want to do in the hedge with you. It's not me doing anything, it's your higher self allowing it, but all the energy comes from your intention, comes from your energy, comes from your heart and your mind and your body, not anyone else's. So, just be aware that, when people are doing spell work, that a lot of it is manipulation and people taking advantage of people for money. Other people, they can help you with your energy and help you guide you in your energy. But just know that anything that happens has to do with your power, how powerful you are over your own life. So hopefully that was clear. I kind of went over the couple different places with that, but um, I feel like at this point that they're saying is it's up to you in each moment what you're creating in your own side in your own life. You don't need someone else to do it. Sometimes a guide helping you through a process is great. But whether it's working or not has to be totally with you. Do you believe you deserve it? Do you believe these changes in your own life if it's for you? If it's for someone else, no, it's not going to work. Not unless that's what the other person wanted already and there's just a coincidence that it happens. But we can't control other people. I know we wish we could, but then we would all be puppet masters. All right. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Ateshi Singh, you are up for 5828. You're welcome, Cherish. So Ateshi, how did HL react when Roy was asking asking you about your date? Okay, how did HL react when Roy was asking you about your date? Okay, I get it. So I got the Knight of Pentacles and the Moon card here. There was really not a whole lot of reaction here. The Knight of Pentacles is slow moving energy. It's the slowest knight out of them all. It's the quest of their own worth, and the Moon card is a lot about emotional and phases and things. And I it feels here, the energy I'm getting is they were thinking about something about themselves, unrelated to you and that, they were asking all that and they were kinda like, "Yeah, I wonder, da, 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 da," they were off on their own planet somewhere. Um, because this just feels like they're thinking about something about themselves, but it's not as something about themselves in relationship to you and this or that. It's all they're involved in something emotionally themselves, and we're thinking about opportunities and mine, what I'm gonna do next. Thinking about them, not about they kinda zoned out when you guys started talking about not them kind of energy. Not that they're that egotistical, but they were just like, that's an A and a B conversation, and I'm seeing my way out of it, you know? Um, and they did. Their mind went, "Oh, this isn't about me. What about me?" Da, 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 da. And then they came back, and all of that. So not there. I know it's not. They're not in that place that they were before. So that's what's going on, right? So hang in there, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right, and then Minu, explainer of life. We got 5:01 even. 5 hours and 1 minute. So here's your timestamp, Minu, and universe's message to you. Let's take a look here. Sorry, I'm crunching my cough drop. All right. Yeah, a lot of clarity coming in around disappointment and heartbreak here. And it feels like more disappointment than heartbreak because the Three of Swords is this. It's a card that represents how it feels in our heart when our heart drops, when something we're expecting, something we're wanting doesn't come to pass. And it's almost like this feeling of lack that we experience and feel. Because when we have all these supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's and all this opinion from the outside world that's contradicting to each other, too, by the way, that we live in this emptiness, we live in the negative because we need to get up to here to get to zero with everything checked off. Me, expectations met, zero. Exceeds expectations is when success happens, right? So we start off way down here in the negative, trying to make our way up. This Page of Swords is a gift. This Ace of Swords is this gift that allows you to see things from a higher perspective, capital T truth, rooted in unconditional love. From Spirit's perspective, the Three of Swords is human perspective, small t truth, rooted in fear. Fear not being good enough, not being successful, fear of rejection, blah, 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 fears, right? But there's this clarity. It comes in, it's a double edged sword. It helps you cut away and question these old expectations of why do I believe something is supposed to be a certain way, should be a certain way, must be a certain way. I need it to be a certain way. Do we though? That's the question. That's opinion that we've been inundated most of our life. And all this is about seeking clarity. Whenever we feel uncomfortable, whenever we feel unsafe, whenever we feel out of control, if I didn't say that, anytime we feel in fear, there's a root belief that's rooted in opinion about some sort of requirement that's supposed to happen, that we have learned to relate it to our worth. That if that happens, that means I'm worthless. That happens, that means I'm a failure. That happens, that means I'm unlovable. And it's all untrue. It's all a lie. Our hearts can't be broken. We are not, um, we don't even have a price tag on us. We're priceless at our core. It's humans that create the stories of less than. We can never be less than. Unlovable. We can never be unlovable. We are love. How can love be unlovable? Right. So there is some great awareness in questioning thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that can um, clear things up for you. That's what clarity does. But it allows you to release some things that no longer serves you, that allows you to let that go. So freedom awaits. All right. That's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. My Lee, you're up 5:04:34. Sorry, I'm going to crunch some more. I can't, these throat lozenges, I just can't keep them until they're gone. They get small enough, I just got to eat them. All right. So, spirit message for you, guidance for next steps. Let's take a look here. Yeah. You have the Ace of Wands here, along with the Hierophant. Hierophant is the master of change, the ability to see things from a higher perspective. And and willing to make change, flexible to make change, realizing as a teacher, we're always a student as well. Everyone's always a student, everyone's always a teacher. And this Ace of Wands does talk about wherever you're investing in your energy is what grows and expands. I kind of feel like you have two mixed, intertwined messages, is a better way to say it. Because the guidance for the next steps is don't be so stubborn that with new information and new choices that you're not willing to make a change and follow your passion, follow your joy in your heart instead of what the mind is telling you to do here. The Ace of Wands is passion, is a new passion, a new desire. And I feel like there's something that comes in here with next steps. It's like, all right, we always make the perfect choices with the information we know and the energy we have and the energy around us at the time. And just because I'm going off in this direction doesn't mean I have to stay this direction all my life. I might go this way 5 blocks, and once I reach this corner, I'm like, "I've had enough of this. Now I'm gonna go this way." And I go north, whatever, 5 blocks. And I just feel like it's be open and follow your intuition, follow your passion. Where's that leading you? Where are you excited in the moment? You don't have to figure out your entire life right now. What's the next step? And when you say guidance for the next step, take the next step of where your excitement is taking you and be open to change. See things from a different perspective. Because as you get to new levels, get to new locations, either mentally, emotionally, physically, energetically, you'll see things differently. And you're like, oh, yeah, now that I see things more clearly where I'm at, I'm going to go this way instead of that way. And that's okay. Allow yourself to make those changes, as I feel is the message for you. All right. So many blessings to you. That's what they got for you right now. All right. Touch O Love, you are up 50744. Go. There's your timestamp. Hello, hello. Can you see how Pisces is feeling about you at this time? All right, let's take a look here. All right, boom, boom. So, how is Pisces feeling about you? Wanting to be alone. They got the Hermit card and the Nine of Wands, which can also be, 9 being a Hermit energy, this block energy. So there is this um they are blocked away. You know, I don't feel like there's emotions towards you right now. I feel like they're being rooster blocked. I don't know. It's like they're off by themselves and they're ostracized off by themselves. They're blocked away and you are too, but I feel like, I can't say the word that I want to say on YouTube. I don't think I can. But it's like rooster blocked. I think you know what I'm saying, and it's like there is this, "No, nothing," um, your higher self and their higher self is like, "Nope, we've had enough of that. We're blocking it off. It's time for alone time. It's time for inner reflection." So we're blocking each of you off from each other so that you have time to look inward and understand yourself and raise your vibration and connect with spirit too with this, hermit and connecting up here. So, you know, it's all about mirroring back to you. How am I feeling about myself at this time is the question they want to put back to you. How are you feeling about yourself at this time? Sincerely, deep breaths and reflecting and how do I feel about myself? I feel like that's their message for you right now. I know they're extra deep today. What are we in? I think we're in Capricorn energy too, which that makes sense. Saturn doing the work, everybody. That moon energy has us doing the emotional inner work, and it's coming through in the readings tonight. I tell you what. All right. So many blessings, touch of love. Hang in there, my friend. All right. Sudeshni, you are up 5, 10, 23. Thank you for your donation earlier. This is for your free question. And so you got your hospital authorization number. Yay. Boom, boom. Will your gynecologist book me this month of March, 16th or 23rd of March? All right, let's take a look here. Hey, let's take a look here. So will it be March 16th, March 23rd, or other? So what's March 16th? Got the 4 of Swords, and March 23rd, we got the Page of Wands. You know, the 4 of Swords energy is more of a resting energy. This doesn't feel like that it'll be the 16th. Even though there's swords and resting, which would be, this energy of cutting and resting. Page of Wands feels like it's more March 23rd because this is action, extra action energy that comes in here. So I feel out of those two options that they're going to schedule it for the 23rd. Yeah, but you have the 8 of Wands on the bottom because I wanted to get an or an other, and I feel like they might they'll schedule it for like the 23rd, but with this 8 of Wands, I feel like it might happen sooner because this is fast, fast, fast energy. So I don't think it's going to be like the 16th, but I feel like they might tentatively go for the 23rd, but maybe have like a cancellation. Oh, well, thank you so much. I'm so glad. I've been asking for clearer and clearer and clearer messages and with accurate and specifics as much as we can. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I feel like it's going to be sooner than the 23rd. So that makes sense. So I feel like it'll probably be that one then because I don't feel like the 16th, no, the 23rd, but earlier with that 8 of Wands. So I like it. So definitely, hopefully by the end of the month, right? But gratitude, gratitude, gratitude draws it in. Thank you for, the perfect timing of the perfect, surgery at the perfect time, right? Right? Since January. But so the more we focus on gratitude, the more it draws in. If we go into the fearing, then we push it away, right? But that's all about our growth experiences as well. So I'm happy for you, Sudeshni. Thank you again so much. Hang in there. Yay, resolution. Oh, it said April. Oh, very good. So your gratitude energy must be bringing it in sooner. Boom, boom. All right. So many blessings. We got against all odds, 514 even. Look at that. Ooh, itch, itch, itch. What does an itchy nose mean? Allergies. Doesn't mean money. No, that's a poem, right? All right. So here is your timestamp here. You too, Sudeshni. So you want to know, is your Virgo the man that you're going to marry? When, if possible? And do you see us having a family? All right, let's take a look here. Is your Virgo the man that you're going to marry based on current energies or fate? We'll see here. And family, if so. Okay. So are they the one that you're going to marry? We got the Empress energy, which is abundance and fullness and pregnant. Kind of, it feels like both in the same one here. And you do have the 3 of Cups as well energy here, which is joy and celebration. But I feel like 3 children, 3 joys, 3 bundles of joy. And with 3 of the Empress and the 3 of Cups, I don't know if triplets run in your family or twins. I'm just saying, you might just get them all done at the same time. Um, which my sister-in-law, her first, birth was twins, and she only carried them for I feel like they were, like, 6 weeks early or something. Uh, Amazing modern science. But I'm like I told her, "That's the way to do it. You get 2 done at a time and only have to carry them like, 7 months or 8 months, boom, boom, that's on average, what, 4 months each instead of 18? This will be 3? I don't know. But definitely, it feels like here, based on current energies, there is this creation and family and 3 children, overall, um, coming in right now. So, that's what they have for you against all odds. So many blessings to you. Hey, Vibeweed. Good to see you. Hello, hello. All right, Maria Scorpio 92. Got 5/16/28 for you. So, Maria, here is your time stamp. So you're wondering how many months will it take for your operation wound to heal? You removed a cyst inside your wow, yeah. Your gums are so swollen. All right, let's take a look here. So just how long will it take? Energy here. Yeah. You do have the 7 of Pentacles, which is, of course, slow, patient. Last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. But you got another 7, the 7 of Swords, which is this um, thoughts and beliefs that thieve from you. And what that means is if in your mind, like you're going, oh, well, they told me it's going to take 7 weeks, right? Let's just say with all these sevens, it's going to take 7 weeks for me to heal because that's how normally it takes. If we believe it, we're going to experience it. But when we get out of our minds and into this pentacles gratitude energy of the pentacle suit and go, I'm grateful to have the ability to have that, you know, done because it could have killed me eventually. I'm just thinking that. And I'm so grateful to have doctors and if it's insurance or money or the ability that this was able to be taken care of. And it's going to happen in the perfect timing. But gratitude, 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 higher vibration speeds up healing, focusing on medical facts, with usually it takes this much. My host is an amazing example. Whenever she's had surgeries, and she's had several different kinds, her latest is back surgery. And every time, and she has a lot of medical history, a lot of medical experience. And so she knows a lot of stuff. And she really focused in on not, yeah, that's the norm, but I'm not normal. I always tell her that you're not normal. And whenever she went to the appointments, they're like, "When did you have your surgery?" They're like, "No way." And everyone sees like, "What? You had surgery?" Even the PT people and whatever, they're like, um, you're able to do stuff already that normally you're not able to. It's breaking that norm and all believing we're abnormal. That things can happen faster, but we need to get out of our head into our heart of gratitude. And then things just happen, happen, happen faster, faster, faster. So I feel like that's what they want you to know here. If they said 7 weeks with all these sevens, if you want it to, sure, take 7 weeks. If you want it to be sooner, move into gratitude and you'll see things really speed up. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. So I think I've got about 4 left here. So hang in there, everybody. At least 4 right now. Let me just get these ready here. All right. So Moonlight, you're up at 520 even. Look at that. And of course, this is for your free one. Thank you for your donation earlier. Anything Spirit wants you to know. All right, let's take a look here. this one and this one. So you got the Ace of Pentacles and the Knight of Swords. Yeah. Um, I feel like this is what you got in your first free reading. Feel like you got like maybe the Page of Pentacles and the Knight of Swords is what they're bringing back. I'm like, what? I had done a ton of readings tonight. How did I remember that? It's got to be them. But this is about seeking clarity. This is the Knight of Swords is on a quest for seeing things from a higher perspective, seeing things from a different perspective, from something not rooted in human thought and belief and mindset or that, but um, understanding what's going on behind them, behind the scenes. And because this Ace of Pentacles is that you're having this new opportunity that's going to open up here in the near future. It's going to bring a lot of opportunity to learn more and to receive more clarity and more communication. But I feel like they're saying this is coming, you're going to have this interaction. And what's important for you to know is why, your own why. And of course, understanding anything that's bubbling up within you, right? And so I feel like it's important to calmly reflect on what what triggers are coming up within me, um, and to really ask yourself a lot of the questions of what do I fear that meant? What do I fear that didn't mean? Um, what did I hope this would mean? What do I hope I would receive from that? And understand where you're coming from, because this is a lot of pursuit of clarity of your own self, your own why of why you're doing what you're doing and interacting with who you're interacting and what you're hoping to achieve by it, what it means, what it doesn't mean. Because I feel like a lot of this huge mirror, right? It almost looks like a mirror. Mirror, mirror on the wall. We know who the fairest of them all is. But I feel like this is an important time to gain clarity and ask yourself your whys. Why do I want to interact with them? What am I wanting from them and why? What am I not wanting from them and why? Just more of exploring yourself, I feel, is what Spirit wants you to know right now. All right. So many blessings to you. That's what we have. All right, Vibe Wit, I see your question and laughing. Can't wait to get to that. So we'll be to you in your moment. I think I only have 3 ahead of you. All right. Andrea 54 Hector, you are up. 52320 is yours. Oops. Try that again. There we go. So, message from your person, Carlos the Leo, about what his next action towards you is because you're still in the dark about a relationship. Did he break up with me? All right, let's take a look here. If you don't know, then I'm assuming that he did. But let's take a look here and see what from Spirit. Cheers, by the way. Sorry, I just needed a drink. So let's take a look here. So Carlos, his next actions towards you. All right. And did he break up with you? Let's see here. Yeah, we do have the 8 of Swords, which is more thinking energy, which is letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets and communication that doesn't serve any longer. That which makes me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And, did they break up with you? 9 of Pentacles. I mean, not 9 of Pentacles, the Hermit. It's the same 9 of Pentacles energy, which is being alone, which is a yes there. And I feel like the energy behind this 8 of Swords, it's like the 8 of Cups, which the 8 of Cups is walking away from emotions that don't serve anymore. But this is walking away from expectations that don't serve me. And what I mean by that is they were feeling like, and this doesn't mean that you did, but in their mind, in their perception, you had a lot of expectations of who they're supposed to be, should be, need to be, who they're not supposed to be, what they're supposed to say, what they're not supposed to say. And they really felt this energy of like, I am not enough. All we focus on is what I'm not doing instead of grateful for what I do do. And I don't want to be feeling like that all the time. So I'm stepping away. And they don't want to continue to disappoint. So they didn't want to face more by communicating it. They're more of a poof, disappear kind of ghost person than let's talk about why I'm leaving and why I'm not doing this anymore. They're like, I can't face this. I'm just gonna poof, that's what they call ghosting, right? But they do it because out of fear, not because, they're trying to hurt you or anything. This is them, their survival instinct, you know, fight or flight, flight, psh, off I go, right? So that's what's coming in, Andrea. I know, but it's it's good to realize it, and we learn through these situations, right? One, we realize I get to determine the story of it going, "You know what? They just showed me that they're not the one for me, because the one for me would never treat me that way. The one for me would communicate, and we wouldn't get to that point. They would wanna go, "You matter to me. I wanna talk this out, and I wanna understand where you're coming from, and I'd like to share and be vulnerable and share where I'm coming from." And because you matter to me, not so they're teaching you about what you will accept and what you won't, and realizing what you feel you deserve and what you don't deserve, and you can kinda realize to yourself, "Wow, I didn't feel I deserved very much by choosing that, so let me work on my own self-love, my own self-worth, and realize I deserve more," right? So I feel like that's what they have for you, Andrea. Hang in there. Many blessings. All right. Allah, you're up 527 43. So I don't know AD's current feelings, please, and thank you. Hi. All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, get three cards. Boom, boom, boom. What are their current feelings? Well, the Nine of Cups, they're very full of a lot of emotion here. It's like a dream come true. A lot of there. Also, the Seven of Cups, a lot of different emotions that are coming in here. So you want to know their feelings. They have a ton of them. And the Seven of Pentacles, but wanting to take time here too. Slowest, not slowest, it's the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. They want to take their time. They got a lot of emotions, a lot of positive ones with this Nine of Cups. So they've like really their heart is really excited. Um, they do have this drawing energy, but they also have some lower vibration emotions, fears, uncertainties. That's why with the Seven of Pentacles, they just want to take this time to build trust, to understand themselves, understand you. So there is that energy there, but they're not in a rush to open up and act on these, but they're there, which is the start. But it's that they're waiting. It's what they do. They like to make sure before they expose their heart that someone's trustworthy and that it's going to unfold in a certain direction as well. So more time, but the emotions are there. So they just don't announce them or share them till I want to say later. I want to say much later, but not with so much emphasis, just laters. So that's what they have for you, Allah. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. All right. Then we have Ankita. You are up 530 04. So Ankita, here is your timestamp. So, how will your internship journey, will they give you any good work or, uh, I'll be learning only moderate work? All right, let's take a look here. Shuffle this up a little bit, get some fresh flow here. So, tell us about the work and then tell us about the internship overall. So, is it going to be moderate work or well, you got the Empress, so a lot of creation, a lot of birthing, a lot of harvest. So this feels like a lot of good work because it's harvest and a lot of it being major arcana. So I do feel like it's going to be a lot there. How will your internship journey be? All depends on you with the Two of Wands. Two of Wands is what you focus on, right? If you focus on what they're not doing, what's not happening the way you want it, you get more of that. If you're focusing on the gratitude for the things that you love, you get more things that come in that you love and are grateful for, right? So, your journey all depends on yourself and what you're doing and how it's unfolding, more than what other people are choosing. You're the one in control of that. This energy already in place is that they plan on giving you good work. So as they give you good work and the work that you enjoy, gratitude for it, you get more of it, right? If you're like, that's not enough, when are they going to give me more? You get less of it. I know you're so powerful. All right. So that's what they have for you, Ankita. Many blessings to you. All right. And then vibe with we are to you, 5:32:05. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. Absolutely. So, will you meet your future spouse before in your late 20s? How will you meet? All right, let's take a look here. Sorry. What does an itchy back mean? It means I got some sun on it and it's itchy. All right, let's take a look here. So, first of all, will you meet your future spouse before in your late 20s? And then how will you meet? I like that. Little insights. You have the 9 of Wands. There is a little bit of energy here about, meeting before your late 20s. There's this little block here that is up to you with this 9 of Wands. Wands energy is like possibility energy. And the 9 of Wands can be, if we feel like our future is in someone else's hands, then that's why we feel blocked. Like, I can't get through here. But when you can see this person grabbing their Ace of Wands, which is them stepping into their power, realizing whatever I focus on is what I grow and what I draw into my life, then as I take that, then it creates the space for me to move through it. So me stepping into my power was what creates action and movement. And so in a way, taking your power, going, you know what? I'm the one by if I'm focusing on gratitude for what is and not focusing on fear or focusing on want or need, like, I need to be married. I want to be married. Um, it that's a not have energy. It's I'm not happy. I don't have what I need. Don't have. When my energy's on that, actually get more of don't have because my energy is asking for more of don't have, right? Whereas if I'm focusing on what I love and what I'm grateful for, I draw in and open up the conduit and I break past the barrier that allows things to flow to me instead, right? So I feel like there is possibilities that you can get married um, early, um, or later, whatever you wish. Your energy is in control here over your life. How will you meet? Ooh, new moon energy here. It is a bit hidden. It's a surprise energy. The moon energy has a lot below it, but I do feel like that some sort of moon festival, some sort of celebration is where you meet them. And that may not be a moon festival because they're showing me it's, cycles of the moon, there's cycles of seasons, there's cycles of celebration, and, it's at a celebration. If there is a celebration that in your culture that you have a celebration around a specific type of moon, um, celebration, then it definitely can be that. But, or if it's when that falls on a and this new moon is really bright and showing up, if there's a celebration that happens to fall on a new moon, that is where you'll meet them at that celebration there. But of course, there's a lot of, we're talking about all the energy, there's a lot of different opportunities because that's what they're showing me now is like, well, there's that new moon, but there's a new moon every month. And there's a lot of opportunities to meet them. But I feel like there is a celebration that's around a new moon is when you meet them, but you're gonna have a lot of different opportunities because our energy when we're gonna meet someone, it's not on a specific day at a specific time, specific moment. It's here's the earliest you can meet them and here's the latest that you can meet them. And what determines where in this, possibilities you meet them is your energy and their energy. Because your energy, you could be doing all this, and if they're slacking off, they'll delay the meeting, and then you can blame them, right? No, don't do that. It'll be a short-lived relationship. Um, but I feel like that's the kind of energy that they have coming in for you right now. Let's grab a I'll grab a when card here for you too. Just say based on current energies, what else can they tell us here? Since you're my last reading for this evening by what I'm showing here. I don't have any other donations and there is no other free readings listed. So this could be it. All right, let's see what they have here. Wow, what we have in August, is there some sort of light celebration in August? I don't know. Looks like some sort of thing going on there. But that's what we have for you, my dear. So enjoy some more little insights, and we can always keep asking other questions as well. Free readings is just one per session. But if you ever want to make a donation, we can dive deeper. Or I'm on Wednesday through Sunday nights. So, a lucky month for you. It's going to be really lucky. But I'm on so you can ask a question every night if you want to get more information on things as well. For deep dives, those are donations, of course. All right. So that's what we have for you, my dear. And just for everyone, if you have not got into my giveaway, every new moon and full moon, speaking of new moons and full moons, I do have a giveaway for a 30-minute personal recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges, whichever you prefer. That link tells you how to get into the drawing, and all my playlists are listed in the description area of the video, or if you go to my main page, all the playlists are at the top if you ever need to locate that. Around every new and full moon, I do post a how to make the most of full or new moon energy. This full moon one is from the lunar eclipse last week. It's such a powerful moon. I like to share it anyway because you can make the most of this energy of release energy and affirmations around that Virgo full moon lunar eclipse. So be sure to check that out. I'm hoping tomorrow I'll be putting out the new moon one for the new moon in Pisces on the 18th. I've got it almost all ready. Just need to record it and upload it and put it out. So tomorrow, hopefully. And then lastly, I do have a podcast every 2 weeks. I put out a new adventure. The Easier Path is the name of my podcast. And that's the link for the playlist if you want to catch up. And actually, this one is the most recent one, but the playlist, of course, is listed everywhere. If you want to check those out. If you're interested in making this human adventure an easier path instead of a harder one, Spirit shares a lot with us on how to do that. So be sure to check it. Right, everybody. That is it for this evening. So until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you again, hang in there. Have some fun. Life's a playground. Why are we being so serious, right? Go have some fun. All right. Love you guys. See you soon.